Not at this point, sir, but Mr. Blake Manson is available here and available for questions from yesterday.
All right.
And if you have anything from today.
Yes, just a minute then. Shall we get them over once we get Did you want to ask them? Yeah. Maybe once we've finished with the next submitter, if we could get Mr. Blake Manson over then, and Commissioner Dash might have a couple of questions arising from yesterday for him. So he can just stay wherever he is until you give him. Oh, he's there. You're welcome to sit through this submitter if you want to, but otherwise you could just wait till Rachel gives you a call to come back for questions relating to the Burgess submission yesterday. Up to you. All right, anything else?
Not at this time, thank you.
Great. So, Ms. Booker, good morning and welcome to you and your team. Just in terms of the cross-examination, my suggestion is Mr. Nicholson has tabled some written answers to the written questions that you submitted, which we've only just received. So what I'd propose we do in that regard for the urban design and landscape matters is that we'll hear from your two experts first, as normal. Any questions we have as normal, we would put to them. Then I'll get Mr. Nicholson to read out his written document because we haven't read it yet.
Yeah.
Once he's finished reading that, if you have any further questions you'd like to ask, then you ask them at that stage. How does that sound?
No, that's absolutely fine. It was very helpful of Mr. Nicholson to prepare a response.
And Mr. Yeoman is available from 10:30 to 11. So whatever's happening at that stage will break. And so you can put your questions to Mr. Yeoman. He's been provided with those questions, hasn't he, Heather? So he may have also prepared answers, I don't know. And what you could do if you want to look at him on the screen, you can just pick up your microphone and come sit at this seat here.
That'd be great, thank you.
So that we'll know the cross-examination to occur. And then we'll just resume with the normal witnesses after you've finished with Mr. Yeoman, or the rest of your witnesses, sorry.
Thank you, Commissioner. That sounds good.
All right, so over to you. And just do what I always say, in case any of your experts haven't appeared before us before, to yourself and all of your witnesses, thank you for preparing your written material, which is pre-circulated and has been read. So none of the pre-circulated material needs to be read out loud to us, but yourself and each witness is very welcome to either summarise their evidence or highlight key points for us.
Thank you. I've also provided that message to the experts. Kia ora koutou, nā te mihi, kei te mana whenua, nā hoki te mihi, kia koutou katoa, ko Alex Booker tuku ingoa. So I'm Ms. Booker, I've appeared before. I take that you've read my legal submissions and I don't intend to go through there, but I'm obviously available for questions if you have them on any of the matters raised. But what I did want to do was briefly just give some background to why we're here today, and also then just touch on some things that were raised through the submission of Mr. Fraser yesterday, and just sort of divvy those out to the experts who will address matters raised in their summary to you. So Birches Village, this has obviously been a site that's been sought to be rezoned for a number of years. You would have seen in the appendix to Mr. Geddes, that's sort of the long time frame over the last 2 to 3 years. Birches Village made a submission on the proposed Selwyn District Plan, and through its submission and evidence, it sought to be rezoned general residential and also to any other appropriate zone at that time. And a full suite of evidence was circulated and pre-read by the panel for that process, being geotechnical, urban design, company, economics, servicing, traffic, housing capacity, economics, land contamination, planning, soils. So that was all provided as part of that process. The key differences, and a legal letter was also provided at that time in terms of the council had chosen not to bring any evidence through that process, as you'll be aware, deferring that it was more appropriately heard through this process. So we disagree with that position and we set out why our evidence should be considered, but have taken heed and come along on a fuller scale case as well through this process. But in terms of scope, that obviously allows you, if you had accept the rezoning to upzone this to medium density residential. And in the alternative, I've obviously also set out submissions in my legal submissions as to why you're able to consider this site. The key differences I think you need to be aware of as a panel of the submission that was advanced through the proposed Selwyn District Plan, and this one relates to matters of the ODP. In the first instance, there wasn't a commercial component to the ODP that was circulated as part of the proposed Salmon District Plan. That has come about through the advice of the urban design experts as to how important that is for this site and location. And also the size of that centre has been agreed between the council economist, Mr. Yeoman, and Mr. Colgrave as to what would be an appropriate size without detracting from what's now sought to be rezoned the town centre zone of Prebbleton. The other key point in the difference between those two submissions is the ODP area has been reduced. It has been reduced to include the southernmost portion of the site, which was LUC1 land and also had lower lying land with matters of, I guess, potential for flooding and things like that. So that was removed from this process as we've refined the ODP. The ODP before you, attached to Ms. Alford's evidence, is the current latest ODP that incorporates all the changes that has been agreed between the council experts and our experts.
Sorry, I didn't catch the name of the witness.
Oh, Ms. Alford, the planner, she has got attached to her evidence the latest set of provisions, narrative and ODP, and that has come about as a product of discussions with council experts in terms of changes that have been incorporated. So we, experts today, will briefly summarise up front the discussions they've had with various council experts and the agreement, or matters that they've changed and reached. The current version in Ms. Alford's evidence includes all of those matters. I think it's a product of timing as to how we've sort of ended up with a private plan change process that was heard. And obviously we understand the importance of this process to the successful rezoning of the site. And that Plan Change 79 process has been advantageous in that it's brought council to the table, and we've managed to refine a proposal that's before you today, which is fully supported by the experts for Birches Village.
I'm just looking at Ms. Alford's evidence and I can't see an ODP map. I can see an ODP map attached to Ms. Launstein's evidence.
It's the same.
Okay.
It's the same way.
Right. All right.
Oh,
Cool. Carry on. So the very last page of Ms. Launstein's evidence has an ODP map.
Sorry, you might be correct. Have we put that across the two brace?
Yes.
All right.
Okay.
So it's not in the planner's evidence, it's in Ms.
Ms. Launstein, that's correct.
Cool.
In terms of matters arising yesterday, there was some reference by submitters to an October 2022 Stantec infrastructure report. And just to clarify the applicant's position, Birches Village's position, that report actually included Plan Change 79 in its planning as being able to pump flows directly to Prebbleton Terminal pump station. And Mr. Murray England had appeared before the private plan changes and confirmed at that time that there was capacity for all three plan changes for wastewater in Prebbleton. What has changed through that process is the theoretical capacity to medium density residential in terms of now the position of Mr. Blackmanson, who says that there is now no capacity. It's based on the theoretical medium density residential across both those greenfield sites, which, I note that have actually been notified at that 12 households per hectare, which was considered through those process. The applicant site has slightly got higher density, and Mr. Marshall, the infrastructure expert for Birches Village, has addressed that throughout his evidence. But he's also available to answer any questions on the back of that report that was discussed yesterday. Mr. Fraser also presented yesterday and he raised some concerns using a previous submission from Lincoln Voice about soil classifications. These have been addressed in the evidence of Mr. Matheno as well as the maps that he refers to. And Mr. Matheno is here also to just front foot some of the comments that were made yesterday. He's looked also at site-specific nature of the application site in addition to the maps. It's about the different soil classes. Mr. Fraser also spent some time talking about future productivity which he accepted relied on access to water, but he thought that could sort of come about in 15 to 20 years. And he talked about the productivity on blocks, obviously adjoining the site. Now those blocks are rurally used and have access to water, and the reference to he talks about to a guy, Sam, who was a market gardener on some site, I think he was in Springston. He also had access to water for his market garden. And Mr Everest can answer questions and front foot some of the comments made there. But ultimately, as I understand it, there is no water other than access for 1.9 hectares of this site. And I will leave him to front foot that. Mr Fraser also referred to an alternative site being across Shands Road, a large site. That's also been considered in detail by the experts who have discounted it for many reasons. And I've just asked them again to address you very briefly on their reasons for that, but included availability, obviously lack of public access, transport, urban design, and they can address that. The final matter sort of raised yesterday was the current land use, and Mr Fraser talked about the sources of information. So the social impact assessment that was carried out by the applicant included the current land use of the property in terms of understanding what the cost of that would be if that was lost. In the table that was prepared, Mr Fraser talked to about the sources of information that weren't known. Look, I just want to confirm that the sources of information were from the landowners themselves of Plan Change 79. They've provided that information to the social impact assessment. I've asked Mr Geddes to print off their emails that they prepared for that, and he can speak briefly to how that information was put into that assessment. But comments made about neighbouring land uses in terms of other landowners are inaccurate, and my submission is that the table is an accurate reflection. Mr Broadway's site was talked about at length. He's a landowner at 212 Birches Road. He's not a submitter on Variation 1. He's in support of plan change, the rezoning of the site, but he has made himself available. He's been living on the land for 42 years. He's a butcher by trade, and he's done some side work, and he's available here if you did have any questions arising. I think Mr Fraser referred to huge volume of sheep and cuts of bale from the land that I understand does not occur. Otherwise, I've just asked Mr Geddes to clarify that those inputs and how that came about in terms of them coming from the landowner, and he's got emails confirming that from the landowners, which he provided to the social impact assessor. So I just want to be clear on one more thing as to why that current land use is important. So in my legal submissions, I address why I don't consider the use of the site as one which would qualify under the National Policy Statement of Highly Productive Land. So it's definitely accepted by Birches Village that the areas still enable primary production to occur, but these are areas of land in Plan Change 79 that are predominantly used for residential lifestyle within a rural environment on lots smaller than those in general rural. And so it falls squarely in an equivalent zone of a rural lifestyle zone, and not one where the areas are used predominantly for primary production. So that's why the use of the land is quite important in my submission, and it's important that you get a clear message about what it's being used for. So they were just matters that I want to raise up front. I'm happy to take any questions on my legal submissions or on the case more generally.
Thank you. I'll see if we have questions for you, Raymond. Lindsay?
No.
I've got just a few questions just from the legal submissions. First one's at paragraph 5. And the third sentence, significant benefits to the park that will be uniquely provided by the site's location. I just wonder if you could just expand on what you meant there.
Yeah, so Ms Lawrenson actually addresses that in her evidence at paragraph Yeah, but it basically will provide critical, we say passive surveillance, where you've got the overview. I'm wondering whether that question might be more appropriately deferred to Ms. Lawrenson, who will describe it better. But I've also gone on to address it. Critical passive surveillance. It will activate Birches Road through the provision of the neighbourhood scale commercial and educational activities. So that's going to meet the day-to-day needs of the residents, but also those using the park. And it will provide that adjoining walkable area between there and protection of view shafts, as well as a threshold for the southern end of the park. So all of those matters have been raised and dealt with extensively through the urban design evidence.
What does activate Birches Road mean? How do you activate a road? It's already there, isn't it?
Well, I think it's the use of that in terms of the busyness of the urban activity and people using that road. Again, it's a urban design term, but as I understand it from Ms. Lawrenson, and she can clarify when she speaks, by activating that road, you are creating that use of urban activity and use of that road. Right now, when you look at that, you wouldn't see, I guess, many people on it, but with the residential and the positive synergies with the park, it actually creates quite an important urban activity and space in our submission. I've probably butchered that from an urban design linguistic, so I'll defer to you to front foot that as well.
Your paragraph 12, you talk about certain matters being accepted by the reporting officer. The overall recommendation from the reporting office is to reject the submission, and I don't understand that there's agreement on transport and traffic issues, is there?
I think where things have progressed since the original report is that there's been extensive discussions between our traffic expert and theirs, and they have agreed on wording that would be appropriate, and that's been included in the appendix to Ms. Alford's appendix, and I'll get Ms. Williams to speak to that. So my understanding is that there's no unresolved concerns from the council traffic expert.
So Ms. Carruthers, just when we've heard from the submitter's witness, I'll be looking for you to confirm whether or not that's the case. Okay. Just bear with me for a minute. I just see your 26B. And this matter flows through your submissions. You're saying the park and you have open space zone and quotation marks. But it's not an open space zone, is it? What's the zoning under both the operative plan and the proposed plan for that park?
The underlying zone is general rural.
Yeah.
But when you look at the reference to the NPS and urban development, in terms of the policy contributing to well-functioning urban environments, they're urban environments which as a minimum have good accessibility between houses, jobs, community services, natural spaces, open spaces. It's not tying you to a zone there. What I'm indicating is that through these higher level policies, you know, that has to be this definition of urban. So that is a urban environment as including that open space. Because the planning documents haven't caught up with that construction of that park, doesn't, in my view, take away the fact that it's an open space.
So you're saying it's an urban environment in your view, but it's not an urban zone.
Correct. Well, it's not zoned urban currently, correct, but it's still part of the urban environment as it's defined in NPS and urban development. And obviously the current plan provisions haven't fully taken into account the NPS and urban environment yet, but also, as I think I heard Mr. Dash talk about yesterday, there's no sort of open spaces zones in this plan.
Para 52. Just the very last part of para 52. You say land banking is a clear and obvious strategy for PC 68 and PC 72 landowners. Do you have any evidence that that is the case? Have you spoken to those landowners, or is that just speculation on your part?
No, that is comments made by our economists, but I accept that that is something that could possibly be speculation. What I would refer to instead there would be firm data on housing costs, the costs of construction, and the price of houses, which is recorded in the economics evidence.
Yeah. All right. So there's no evidence you're aware that these PC 68 and PC 72 landowners just intend to land bank that land?
Well, we heard from Mr. Fraser yesterday that his friend in Plan Change 72 doesn't intend to develop, but no, there's no evidence that has said that.
55, you say there's no, the rezoning can be allowed, the rezoning in front of us this morning can be allowed if there are no other reasonably practical and feasible options. We've had a number of submitters before us as part of this hearing seeking rezoning of land that's within the urban growth overlay, including yesterday's submission from GNL Burgess, which would yield 220 lots. There's also submissions, I think, from Margaret Springer and the Bray and Tray residents. So is it correct that there's no other reasonably practical and feasible options in front of us?
What we're talking about here is feasibility and reasonably practically to be realised. And I mean, I listened yesterday to Mr. Burgess, who did confirm that he is not a developer, he's a landowner, and his intention is to still remain farming as long as he can, but that he is protecting that future use of his land. He's not intending to develop now. And the submission I'm making is that at all times under the MPS on urban development, the council is obligated to provide sufficient development capacity, and that development capacity not only needs to be plan enabled, it needs to be feasible, and it needs to be reasonably likely to be realised. I'm also aware of other landowners who are submitting, for example, there's an area in that large format, the large lot residential zone. And I accept they are seeking to change their zoning, but I'm aware, having done due diligence on that site, that they are also subject to legal covenants, which doesn't allow them to develop more than one house on that land. So all property owners in that area would need to confirm to have those private covenants lifted off their land to be feasible and reasonably able to be realised. So what we are focusing on in our point is the fundamental difference between what we've seen in this process to date, which is landowners looking to rezone and upzone their land, to a developer who is actually ready to develop and has a business case and has a majority control over 27 hectares of the site, with all major infrastructure elements being within their control. And I don't think that that situation is comparable throughout Prebbleton, otherwise comparable throughout Prebbleton.
So should we interpret that as saying that then rather than there being no other reasonably practical and feasible options, because probably there clearly are in terms of the evidence before us, but your submission would be that your client is ready to go, whereas the other ones aren't?
So that's the conjunction I've got there, for providing the sufficient development capacity, so it's qualified in that sense. And then I go on to talk about, even if land is plan enabled later in that paragraph, consideration needs to be given to other matters, costs involved, developers' willingness, landowner, as opposed to simply seeking to upzone their land for the future. So that's really what we are seeking as the key difference here.
Yeah.
I think it's accepted that there's other areas in land, such as the Burgesses yesterday, that will naturally fall, but there's still a considerable shortfall at this time of land that's to be developed, which is needed to be provided at all times. And that's houses, people in houses. So it's accepted through the economics evidence and through the other evidence provided here that, for example, Plan Change 68 and 72 will come on, but there's some time delays that will occur for that, and there's also some landowners who won't be willing to develop. So it's not going to come on all at once. It is going to take some time for that to be fully realised. And that's where we say we're different, because we've got a different developer model. We've also got a different developer model in the sense that we're not so sensitive to those building costs, developer margins, which is said to be required in the economics evidence, because the Ngāi Tahu property developer is a charitable organisation where their profit goes back into the organisation. So they're not driven by margins like other developers are.
Now, just a minor matter, your para 62, this parcel of LUC land that was removed from the IDP. So I'm looking at Ms. Launstein's evidence in her ODP map that we talked about before. Where is that parcel of land? I couldn't easily identify what you're talking about.
It's been removed. Are you talking about the parcel of LUC1 land that was removed?
Yeah, where is it?
Yeah, so if you're looking at the site, there's sort of a bowl area that comes down through that bit there. It's outside the ODP.
Oh, yeah. That's okay, and it looks like it's got a track running through it with maybe 2 buildings or something on it.
Yeah, correct. It's farmed by a landowner who is also part of Plan Change 79.
Okay, so that's the LUC1 block.
That's correct. So it's not before you for variation 1.
And looking at Ms. Launstein's ODP map, does that block extend to the blue line?
Correct, further down. So you're looking at the revised ODP.
Yeah. So,
Yeah, so it extends further down to here, beyond the transmission lines.
Yeah.
So that was also an urban design reason as to why that wasn't
so that's the
appropriate.
block. All right, that's
Yeah,
good. Thank
but as I understand it, this stormwater system still feeds into that, to the lower level
Okay.
part of the site.
That's good, thanks. Coming back to you, just a couple more. Can you hear me all right? Just sometimes I speak softly, apparently.
I'm listening very carefully.
This year 17, Mr. Geddes has had initial discussions with another developer. Who's that developer?
That was your brother-in-law, Plan Change 68. Oh, Plan Change 68.
Okay.
Family members.
Yeah, no, I
Yeah.
just wondered who it was. No, that's good.
I've also made submissions to the council through the long-term annual
Yes, I
plan.
read that, yeah.
Which were well received, concerns of understanding. And I think it was addressed yesterday that the council's actually going through a full wastewater review for Prebbleton currently.
Just a minor point, your paragraph 76. You say the panel may create new residential zone. Certainly under the RMA Enabling Housing Act, the council can do that. Do we have that same authority?
I don't think it's so significant for this case because we've made that submission through the proposed Selwyn District Plan with the outzoning. I think what's more important is the discretion in terms of being able to create a neighbourhood centre zone within the site.
So you started that by saying it's not so crucial here because you've made a submission on the PDP.
So there's the ability, if you consider the site appropriate for residential through that process, to then be, we're not seeking anything different than the medium density residential standards on the site.
So I'm kind of interested in this. So just hypothetically, if that other panel, the PDP panel, was to decline the GRZ rezoning request, does this panel then have authority to create a new residential zone if it hadn't been notified as such?
In my submission, they do, and I've set out in terms of the broader nature of the discussion around converting from general rural zones to residential zones. That was notified in the public notice, and obviously there's been submissions made on the site as well. And at the back of my legal submissions, I've inserted the transitional provisions, which actually require, it's the variation referred to is obviously the council's variation, they must ensure that the specified territorial authority can carry out its functions under 77G1. And in my view, and you can include any provisions that are proposed to be included in a residential zone, that actually provides scope for the panel to be able to make that. I think this particular hearing isn't as complex. I think there's an argument that this is quite squarely on the plan change that was notified. And it's not a matter of the council omitting or it's
So what section did you refer to then? Section 77 what?
Section 77G1, but I'm talking about the transitional provisions under clause 33, schedule 12.
Schedule 12 clause, what was the clause number, sorry?
Clause 33.
Yeah, okay. Right. Just a sec. Yeah, just another a sort of point of detail, your paragraph 88. Seeking a commensurate urban non-residential zone, so your commercial centre under policy 3D. Policy 3D, as you know, has been amended by the Enabling Act. How does 3D enable us to establish a new commercial zone when it says within and adjacent to neighbourhood centre zones, local centre zones and town centre zones, building heights and density form commensurate with the level of commercial activity? So 3D relates to residential activity within or adjacent to a neighbourhood centre zone, etc.
Correct. So the focus
to create a new zone.
Yeah, I understand that. So when you go to back to the transitional provisions under clause 33, and it talks about that I should make the point here that 77N is not referred to in any provision in the RMA except for in these transitional provisions. So there's some importance there on making sure that the council does carry out its functions under that section. So when you go starting at that point and you go through to section 77N1, section 77N1 talks about when you're changing your plan to give effect to policy 3D. So what policy 3D is requiring is obviously a change of plan to look at the commensurate development, but it then goes on to say that when you carry out those functions, quite distinct, that you may create new urban non-residential zones or amend existing ones. So it allows that provision of where, in the instance, for example, here for Selwyn, there's been a number of new residential areas. In addition to that, they're upzoning all over the district. It allows you to actually ensure that that commercial activity is there as well to support the significant increase in residential activity. And it was quite clear in the Hansard debate around this that was what was intended for that provision.
Yeah. So the primary provision is 77N1, is it?
Correct, yeah. I think we get confused about the intention. The intention around policy 3D is to create that intensification, and it is focused on residential. But what it does allow through 77N is when you are creating a whole lot of residential activity, that you're not doing that in isolation to the services that those residential activities need.
All right, well, thank you. They're the only questions I had for you. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner. In terms of the order of the day, we're very mindful that we need to keep a succinct case in terms of the time frame we've got. What I was proposing to do is just have Mr. Compton-Moam and Ms. Lawrenson up here together, and Mr. Compton-Moam was just going to do a quick fly through of how medium density looks in terms of the synergies with the park next door, and then I've asked them just to briefly address key points in terms of their evidence. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you. Yeah, we've prepared a quick fly through. So it starts at Hampdens Road intersection and then travels south along Birches Road towards Lincoln. So it may be quite fast as well. We've got PC 79 on the the subject site on the right and Kakaha Park on the left. and a small neighbourhood centre that fronts onto Birches Road, and the bus stops. So it talks about activation of that edge. And then we swing around into a small green link and community facilities that provide access through the development actually to the reserve and Birches Road. And you'll notice there's a variety of housing types throughout the development. So sort of standalone, single story through to 2- and 3-story terrace houses. The key aspect really is providing that variety, community facilities, communal gardens. So it's quite a different take on a typical residential development. And then this lives up to the Spine Road and the key green link that runs through the site. So again, it all feeds, the whole site has access through to the commercial area and Birches Road. And that's just looking back to the reserve. One thing we haven't modelled on there is PC 72, obviously, but that will be residential as well to the north. Cool. Key aspects of my evidence are related to urban form and how much Prebbleton has grown over the last 20 years, and how quickly a number of the ODP areas sold out in terms of development, and for a while there was a shortage of land. With Ms. Lorenstein, we looked at the on figure 6 of my attachment, looked at the form of Prebbleton and how it's potentially looking to grow and develop, recognising that Kakaha Park provides significant amenity to future residents, but also it's on this area of Prebbleton has a high level of amenity. We also looked at connectivity and walkability and accessibility, and then compared it against Rolleston and Lincoln as well, just to provide a bit of local context. It's actually, we consider that accessibility is actually very good in terms of the site, in terms of bus routes and being able to get into central Prebbleton or into central Christchurch. But then within the design as well, we've provided a high level of walkability, accessibility. In terms of landscape character, obviously the receiving environments, urban fringe, it's a mix of residential properties and lifestyle blocks and the district reserve. And it's the park itself has significantly changed the character of this area. Visual amenity effects, I consider these can be addressed through edge treatments that we've proposed. There will be a change in character, but it's something that I think we can adequately mitigate. I think those are the key points really.
I'll say if Ms. Morrison goes as well, then you can. Yeah.
Turn the mic on. Yes, that's good. Thank you.
That's all right. I just wanted to clarify that my involvement with the project started slightly later to Mr. Compton-Moan's involvement, and my introduction was as part of a peer review, and that merged more into working together and implementing the recommendations from that review. Part of that review was focused on the wider urban integration of this plan change, as well as, and that's really important, to introduce the 4 pillars of Te Runga o Ngāi Tahu into the overall project, which was not a component but prior to that. So in my summary, I probably will focus a little bit more on my role with that and what that has introduced to the ODP. As part of the original plan change, I prepared a reasonably short summary statement. And that covers, I think, most of the important aspects that are still being discussed. So I'll probably utilize that to guide me through this. A key topic that has come up in several discussions is connectivity and accessibility, and Mr. Compton-Moan has already looked into that. Just to add to what he's mentioned is that there's also the rail trail that runs along Birches Road, which is a very frequently used connection to Lincoln, and it's used for high school access, cycling. It is also utilised by people to commute to Christchurch. It is a reasonable distance to cycle, but it is definitely doable and it's very safe. With regards to internal connectivity, which Mr. Kamtamonis also mentioned, I just wanted to utilize this opportunity to actually talk a little bit about the green and blue network, which underpin the entire development. And if I would like to take you to the attachments to my evidence, in particular the design strategy, because that is the outcome of the review. And in that strategy, you'll see that there's a strong emphasis on that north-south green corridor connection, which follows the natural water processes of the land. And that is a key aspect for Ngāi Tahu to work with versus to work against. And the other part that's really important too here are the view shafts being created in east-west direction, particularly towards the east, towards the Port Hills, which are ultimately cultural history and cultural references that are embedded in the landscape through the and I could go into several narratives that are connected to that, but I think I've covered that sufficiently in my evidence as well, that these pillars that Trond is really engaging with and wanting us to introduce into the project, I'll just go to, so I don't get this wrong, are very much around the Ngāi Tahutanga, which is culture and identity, Maturanga knowledge, Te Aoturoa, the natural environment, and Oranga well-being, and they're all interwoven. And I think that is a real important aspect that this particular development brings to the table at a point that's very early, at where most other developments actually do not do that. And I've been involved in several, and I have to honestly say that to front foot a development, underpinning it with these values and concepts that have a cultural identity for Ngāi Tahu is really important, and it's very difficult to integrate later on. So I just wanted to front foot that right at the start, and we've utilized the green and blue network to underpin that, to make sure that the skeleton that we provide in the ODP allows that flexibility in the future for those principles, Ngāi Tahu cultural principles, to actually come through in the process of the design and not as a token attached later on. So going back then to connectivity and accessibility, you'll see that within the design strategy, those east-west links, those green links that pull through the development, they are a significant part of the skeleton provided by the ODP, and it also breaks down the entire area into smaller pockets. And that means that we can utilize the, not necessarily compartmentalization, but the breaking up of the built form through the green and the blue network. And that is an important aspect of medium density. So again, a driving force underneath this is really working with the land versus working against the landforms. Then I want to just emphasize that accessibility commercial facilities is enhanced by the secondary commercial area. And when I did the research into the urban growth patterns of Prebbleton, it was very evident to me that the current town centre is really not in the centre, it's to the north of the centre of Prebbleton. And there, depending on how fast the area grows, but it will grow eventually, it's just a matter of time frames attached to it. There is the next step is providing smaller neighbourhood centres to facilitate the growth. In Prebbleton Town Centre, although there is some small capacity potentially for the additional commercial venue here or there, the available sites are very small. So it's really important to consider that Prebbleton is changing as a result of the growth that's already occurred and will continue to occur. The other part, housing variety and diversity, and I just want to point out the importance, particularly when it comes to the variety and diversity in relation to the aspirations of Ngāi Tahu, to provide different typologies of co-housing, of generational living under one roof. That often is not considered at plan change level, but to be able to facilitate that, it needs to be considered at this level, and there need to be sufficient areas that can accommodate that kind of higher density living, and they need to be associated with green spaces. So again, it's a detailed matter, but it does need to be considered upfront. That leads me to Māori culture and traditions and norms. And I think that this particular proposal is very specific in the way it underpins the entire design process, the design strategy, and also the revised ODP with Māori cultural values and principles. In my evidence, there is a progress chart or hang on, I'll just have to point you towards it. It is the design process, and it shows a little bit of, looks like this. It shows a little bit of the understanding as to how to weave into the dialogue with local iwi. It's again at plan change level. It is often difficult to take care of all these detailed matters, and often outline development plans are they're outcome driven, versus engagement with local iwi is process oriented and not necessarily outcome driven. And to align these two parts of the design process, I think it's important to allow for sufficient flexibility within the ODP for the process of engagement to actually occur all the way through, not as an add-on later in when it comes to the detail. So that is what this is about. The additional beneficial urban design outcomes initiated by Plan Change 79 that contribute to a well-functioning urban environment. That's my next topic. Really the changes of Birches Road, and that has been already introduced in your question to Ms. Booker, provides many benefits to the area, particularly to the neighbouring Kakaha Park. Passive surveillance is promoted, providing increased safety and security for residents and users of the park. Passive surveillance for an open space is really important, and it can come in very many different forms. So I'm happy to elaborate further on that if you're interested in that. The activation of the street as a space in itself and the subsequent provision of access across the road connects the plan change site and Kakaha Park. In this, the urbanization of the street makes sure it is a connecting system, not only along its length, but its width as well. So it doesn't become a high-speed corridor for vehicles to run through, but it actually will have what we call streets sequencing. And that will reduce speed through design, and there will be lots of cross connections from the development to the park, which creates a complete different street scene and street environment. The rail trail obviously is important. I mentioned that, and the commercial facilities at the north side of the Birches Road. It's important to provide facilities to the development, but it also provides facilities to the park itself, which if there's nothing else there, it just becomes we go there, do our exercise, and move away again. My next topic in my summary is the blue and green network, which I've already covered. And then I would just want to go a little bit into two parts. One is the ongoing sort of discussion and progressive discussion with Mr. Nicholson, which has progressed quite a lot. And I've just had a glance at the latest comments and statements from Mr. Nicholson, and it looks like there is more of an understanding, and it's a coming closer together. I'm not saying that we're agreeing, but we're coming closer together when it comes to accessibility and connectivity, and also the interpretation of Kakaha Park as an urban park. I'm happy to answer any questions specifically to that. The most important question with regards to alternative locations, I think that probably would be a topic to cover. It was raised by Mr. Fraser, I think yesterday. I did not hear his evidence, but I've been made aware of it, that there an area west of Shands Road was identified, and I've covered that in my evidence, but just in summary, growth to the west is possible in principle, in comparison to my understanding of the growth pattern, that growth to the north and east are quite constrained. But growth to the west in principle is possible, but would require stepping across Shands Road, which is considered an important arterial road, as it allows traffic to flow efficiently past Prebbleton to connect to the motorway. Growth to the west is also compromised due to the transmission corridor, which has quite an impact on residential development, and the underlying ownership structure. It would not be able to facilitate 15 households per hectare with the need to integrate several established smaller rural lifestyle blocks. In my opinion, this area west of Prebbleton is best suited for large lot type residential development that can accommodate both of these constraints with larger lot sizes and also maintain a more rural edge treatment towards the main road corridors. So Shands Road would most likely not allow direct individual access to properties. So it would present not necessarily as a strong urban interface. So there's a disconnect there in terms of the urban fabric. In addition, the already developed large residential and lifestyle blocks between Shands and Springs Road do not allow for permeability in an east-west direction through to the town centre. So all connectivity and accessibility is reliant on Trents Road and Blakes Road, as the blocks, as they are currently developed, do not have through roads or do not anticipate or plan for through roads. It's very difficult to provide east-west connections through those development areas. And then also without the benefit of direct cycle and walking connection via the existing rail trail and the public transport link via Burgess Road, the connectivity for plan change, for this plan change area is actually better than any areas west of Shands Road, unless they are in very close proximity to Trents or Blakes Road. And then, yeah, that pretty much sums up those points, but I'm happy to answer any further questions you have.
Thank you. Look, I'll see if we have questions on urban design matters, and just whichever witness is more comfortable answering can answer that, if that's all right. Rael?
Yes, I'm looking at your design strategy map. Is there 2 commercial centres intended or just one?
No, it is one. It's just indicating here that that commercial area should be should have a road connecting through it in an east-west direction to ensure that a commercial development there does not just orientate itself towards Birches Road and turns its back to the development side, or vice versa. So by having a road crossing through it, you get far more activity around all edges of the commercial area.
And if all the landowners in the zone are not in the block or the site, don't sell to the development, what will happen then?
At the moment, the commercial area does sit outside of any areas that are not included or are not yet participating in this. So it's a smaller area to the right at the corner of Hamptons and Birches Road. It's reasonably small and can actually be designed into the development without developing it itself. You wouldn't put any road connections directly onto that. It's too close to the intersection. And then the other part, which is further to the south, what we've made sure is that the green and blue corridors actually do not need that land to function. We can actually utilize the areas around it. It would obviously always be better if all parts of land would participate, but that is not always a realistic proposal. So the development, the ODP will function without these being developed at the same time.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you both. Just in terms of your fly through and Mr. Compton-Moen and the attachments to your evidence, are you looking at a 15 households per hectare? Seems to be, just intuitively, there's a lot of green space proposed through there, but do you think that is providing for 15 households per hectare, or?
Yes, I do. I think we would be moving away from your typical only having standalone single-story dwellings to having a mix and variety of housing types, including intergenerational. So there will be a lot of density that we will achieve in a different method to how we do in a more traditional subdivision.
Yeah, so there'll be a number of terraces and duplexes, and so you're not potentially looking at a model which has, as you say, the single story houses on 500-600 square meters.
I don't see it being carved up into 400 square meter sections, and I see it being the residential components being denser than we normally do, and then but the benefit is then we actually get a lot more green space and communal space.
And so you're not looking at potentially any 3-story at all, it's all 2-story.
Well, that will come down the line. I know there's
The developer choice, obviously, but
yeah,
in terms of what you're looking at in terms of preparing the concept.
I think the majority will be 2-story. There may be some 3-story internalized within development, but I do know there's additional construction costs where you go to that additional story, and that brings issues in itself. So I'd see, given the site's characteristics, that the majority of the houses will be 2-story.
Yeah. Okay. So leading from the sort of the more detailed end of the urban design spectrum to the bigger picture in terms of the form, the function of Prebbleton. If you look at a map of Prebbleton and where it is, and you look at the anticipated urban development that there is proposed, and you look at the what I'll call the Plan Change 79 site, or the site that you're looking at here, just looking at a map of Prebbleton, the only connection to the developed area is the very small section of Hamptons Road itself, and that's adjoining what is currently large lot residential. The rest of the boundaries of the site, and perhaps disregarding the Kakaha Park, are surrounded by rural activities of varying different densities. So if you're looking at that map, you're going to be having a block of land which projects as a finger or an island out from the rest of Prebbleton itself. In terms of well-functioning urban environments, compact urban form, concentric design, or concentric development patterns around, how do you propose that the site actually responds to the fundamentals of a well-functioning urban environment in wider Prebbleton?
I'll confront with that if you like. First and foremost, I think it's really important to include Kakaha Park as an urban edge to the development, because if you don't know whether you've recently gone there, there is a significant change to the environment along Birches Road. And in terms of having being surrounded in other areas by rural, that is a natural process of growth. There's always some land that pushes out first and others to follow. And that is what we are highlighting in this particular growth map, which is, I think, page 6, that if you do consider growth in general and the way it's developing around Prebbleton, the area that growth can be accommodated is southwards primarily, because of the constraints in other areas. And the areas to the west already show some pattern of rural residential or lifestyle block type uses. I know the rural zone, it's a rural zone, however, they are not necessarily being used as productive rural larger farm.
So you don't accept the proposition that it is you've got 5% of the total land area which adjoins a residential activity at the moment, with the remaining boundaries adjoining in the plains, rural, or Kakaha Park.
I do acknowledge that the geometry of the land is not ideal to connect immediately right now, but it is one of the first steps. And the reason for this land, in my opinion, to be suitable for development is the move of Kakaha Park southwards. That decision was made, and that has pulled the residential development in that direction. That's a very clear indicator that if you put a park of that nature with the sporting dog park, every day walking your dog side of activities there, that you're actually indicating that we're moving in that direction.
Yeah, and you talk quite a bit about Kakaha Park. In fact, all the witnesses do, as being a defining factor in terms of appropriateness of this site for urban development. But it is open space. There's not a lot of buildings on it. There's not proposed to be a lot of buildings on it. It's very open. Obviously, there's lighting towers and various other things which distinguish it from other open space. But it is open space. It's flat land and doesn't actually have a whole lot of buildings on it. So how do you come to the conclusion that that significant in terms of the urban form for Prebbleton? That the PC 79 land should be an urban zone and a medium density residential zone as well.
Two parts. Firstly, having buildings on the land is not the only sort of criteria for something to be considered urban, because there are urban functions that do not require buildings but do require or facilitate urban activities, which are recreational or sports, and that is part of an urban environment. So as such, I think, yes, urbanization is primarily identified through buildings, but with that come other supporting activities, and open space like Kakaha Park is one of those, and that's why I would consider it an urban environment. The other part that you say it is open space. It is open in the sense of not open space zone, but open in the nature in terms of open land. Parks in rural or along rural boundaries of townships often get surrounded by development reasonably quick. And I've covered that in my evidence as well. If you look at Foster Park, and they don't remain on the edges, because ultimately the functions within the park are human occupation or human uses, and they require some safety and a sense of passive surveillance. So there is a natural connection between an urban density and an open space. Urban higher densities are directed towards open space to actually work in synergy with each other.
So you're saying that Kakaha Park is a significant reason why this land should be zoned residential, when the existing residential zoning is only 5% of the property on Hamptons Road, and on the other side of that is electricity substation. So I'm just trying to get in my mind, you've got Kakaha Park, you've got this land here, you've got the rest of Prebbleton. So how do you justify the urban form proposed in terms of the context of Prebbleton? You've explained all about Kakaha Park, but the rest of it.
Urban form is not a static matter. And I think it's important to not just look at a snapshot of this is a concentric urban form. Compact urban form is never completely concentric either. So urban form is moving with growth, and that is something that I think is really important to understand, that the site does not sit in isolation. It sits in isolation potentially for a short amount of time if you consider the 5% and then Kakaha Park as the edges, but that is only a snapshot in time. Development in Prebbleton, because of its location, its proximity to Christchurch, is not going to stop. You know, the pressures of Prebbleton to actually accommodate growth is going to continue. It's been identified as an urban environment. So the direction is quite clear there. So I wouldn't necessarily look at this as a single snapshot and then identify the urban form. It's looking at the urban form over time, and whether within that, this particular piece of land actually provides a well-functioning urban environment, and it does. Its connectivity is good. Accessibility to a park is absolute given. We have got public transport. We do have access to the town centre in a very direct route, and we do have access to a local commercial area as well. So it actually ticks all these boxes when it comes to a well-functioning urban environment.
But it still does project out into the rural area surrounded on three sides by open land. Even so.
Yeah, at this point in time, I think you can get hung up on the 5%. That's just,
well, we don't have any rezoning proposals on the other land which adjoin it.
Yeah, but I think
we're looking at this where we are at the moment in 2023.
Yes, but when you look at Prebbleton as a whole, it does appear as the most logical growth direction. Yeah, and as Ms. Lawrenson said before, with the reserve as well, they benefit each other.
Just to add, I think it's important to also remember that we're looking at aerial views and assess urban form based on that at the moment, versus on the ground. The urban form is not perceived through an aerial view. So the urban form is far more perceived through the way we travel from the town centre outwards, and the movement towards Kakaha Park and what Kakaha Park has created does allow for that street to have dual urban activities on either side and being a natural extension of the form.
Yeah, I accept that you know, we are looking at maps here and so forth, but you know, you've got flat land, haven't you? So you might not necessarily know where you are in relation to non-rural land or other residential land when you're traveling through there.
I'd probably disagree with that, because the change, initially there was a shelter belt around Kakaha Park, which has been removed. So the open land has only just recently emerged. That idea of open land and visibly seeing through kind of open land has only just recently emerged. Before that, we just dealt with rural shelter belts really in that area. So again, it's not as, it's a bit more nuanced. It's not as straightforward how that is being perceived in terms of urban or rural. Removing the rural shelter belts has definitely opened it up, but it also opened up its urban nature that it's not presenting towards the street.
Okay. No further questions. Thank you.
In terms of the proposed neighbourhood centre zone, what commercial activities do you both think would occupy that site? What would we see there?
Small local services, a corner dairy, a cafe, a hairdresser, the things that you would expect potentially in quite a suburban little corner area. So it's not very large. Definitely not things like a supermarket or things like that. So just to, sorry.
Commissioner Solomon doesn't want to see any vape stores.
No.
No, I wouldn't support that either. But you know, there are some. We've got some size controls.
Yeah, I was thinking you were asking me about vape stores. The rules do actually, on the advice of Mr. Yeoman, exclude the ability for a supermarket to go there. And that was one of the agreement points that Mr. Colgrave and Mr. Yeoman agreed. So there are a couple of rules that Ms. Alford can speak to, just in terms of restricting that particularly.
Part of that could also be medical facilities, community facilities that are really important. And I think it's important that what goes in there is a part of that dialogue with local iwi in terms of supporting the community that hopefully will actually move into this environment.
So would the developer have full control over the use of that site? Would they control fully what can go in there?
That is probably a little bit beyond what I am aware of. That's a discussion I would have to have with the developer. That hasn't been, I mean, maybe someone else can answer that question. Maybe the developer themselves can answer that.
Now you talk about, I can't remember which one of you it was, Ngātahu wanting a diversity of housing. Would that include what commonly might be referred to as social housing?
Could. But the diversity is very much around the way that a Māori community actually lives together. For example, if you take areas closest at the moment, not comparative in size, but if you go to Rapaki, the rebuilding of the marae, and then the accommodation for elderly in close proximity, to have that strong relationship with the community facilities as well as the guardianship over those community facilities. I think that's a really important aspect. And unless that is actually designed into the overall outline development plan, it doesn't have to be identified exactly it happens here or there, but the bones that accommodate that need to be there, and that's what this ODP does.
Now, Commissioner Solomon asked you a question about how would the ODP work if one or more landowners didn't wish to be a part of this development. And we've heard yesterday from Mr. Fraser, what I've understood from his evidence, he's not that keen to be part of this development at all. You said in answer to Commissioner Solomon that if, say, for example, the Fraser block was not part of this development, the ODP would still work. Why is that? Why would it still work if a big chunk of land in the middle of the ODP was not part of the development?
For two reasons. One is that the skeleton, as I talk about in the design, does not require this land specifically to play some of its key aspects, so it can actually function without. When it comes to that piece of land not being developed over time, I'm not 100% familiar with the farming functions that a piece of land, that's not my expertise, whether a piece of land that, like that can facilitate. But generally looking at the size of the land, it's probably limited. And over time, with the activities around it and the changes around it, I think that, and I'm talking over a significant amount of times, that functions on the land will probably gradually accommodate residential development. I'm just being realistic here in terms of looking how this operates over time. The function of a lot of the stormwater functions sit at the southern end of the site, and that's where a lot of green space sits around it as well. So it wouldn't necessarily create an issue for the IDP itself.
We during the initial stages as well, it was a bit of a moving target, the site boundaries, and so we did test it quite a few times in terms of different layouts to ensure that we could take different parcels of land out and back into the design.
And just to be a bit clearer about it, also the area opposite Kakaha Park is the very strongly urbanized area of the development. Once we go south of Kakaha Park, you see that there is an edge treatment proposed along Birches Road, and that's an indicator for a subtle change in the type of how the development presents itself. So the areas to the very south there would have lower densities in comparison to the very center of the site. Edge treatment would slightly be different. There would probably be less access off Birches Road. So you can sort of see how the development has that flexibility to accommodate these things.
When you say the skeleton of the ODP would still work, is that because the north-south green space that has an indicative road to the left of it, does that more or less border on the back
So you're talking about
those properties?
yes,
Yeah.
yes, sorry. I didn't hear the entire question.
Oh yeah, I'll say it again. So you said that the skeleton of the ODP would still work if, for example, hypothetically, Mr. Fraser's block was not part of the development. Is that because the greens, north-south green space and the indicative road more or less fall on the back of his property?
Correctly.
Yeah.
So that would create a reasonable buffer towards that land as well, which is, in my opinion, quite appropriate.
Yeah. All right. Okay. No further questions. Anything else, Raymond, for the urban designers? Right. So now look, it's 10:15. Mr. Yeoman's coming on at 10:30. So what I suggest we do is take an early morning tea. Then we'll come back at 10:30 for Mr. Yeoman.
Mr. Colgrave's also sitting there on Zoom, which may be appropriate to hear the two of them together. But if you have no questions, Ms. Colgrave, and you're happy with his evidence, he doesn't need to be here.
We'll have a chat about that over our couple of coffee. And so what we'll come back, we'll adjourn now, come back at 10:30. You can deal with Mr. Yeoman. We'll let you know if we need to hear from Mr. Colgrave. And then after that, we'll have Mr. Nicholson read out his material to us.
Thank you.
All right. Great. Thank you. Right, at this stage, we'll resume the hearing, and at this stage, counsel for the submitter wishes to cross-examine Derek Yeoman. So, Mr. Yeoman, are you there? And can you hear us? Mr. Yeoman, can you hear us?
Oh, yes, I can. Sorry. I was watching online and
That's all right. We can't see you. Do you want to flick your camera on or do what you need to do so we can see you?
right. Sorry about that.
That's all right. Good morning and welcome. So I think you've been advised that counsel for Birches Village Limited wishes to cross-examine you, and counsel at our request has provided in writing the nature of the questions or some of the exact questions that she wishes to put to you. I just want to check, have you received those questions?
Yes, I have.
And have you had a chance to read through them?
Yes, I have.
All right, so at this stage, I'll just hand over to counsel to run cross-examination.
In an organised manner. Morena, Mr. Yeoman, can I just confirm you're the author of the Selwyn Residential Capacity and Demand Model Economic Assessment?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. And then you've got a copy of my questions. What I'm interested in asking you about today is around the model, which I'm just going to call the models, which allocates 3% of the district's growth over the next 30 years to Prebbleton. So in terms of page 33 and 34 of your report, the numbers you've provided there are 420 and 1,100 over the short and long term. So when you crunch them, that comes up to 3%. In comparison, Lincoln's given 20% of the district growth and Rolliston's 56% of the growth. So do you accept that Prebbleton is the third largest township?
Yes, Prebbleton is the third largest township in Selwyn. The official Statistics New Zealand data showed that it was at a population of about 4,680 in 2013, and that's grown to 5,260 in 2020. So that's equivalent in terms of growth over that time period of 3.6% of the district's population growth. So over the last decade, it has attracted that 3.6% growth rate, correct?
So if I could just refer you, you've got Mr. Colgrave's evidence with you.
No, I don't.
If you're able to pull that up, it's online, to look at the figure 2 that he provides in his evidence, which is Prebbleton's share of the dwelling consents.
Can you send that to me? I was under the impression I'm answering these questions and I had not had a chance to look. I got these questions last minute.
Well, I would say that you're lucky to have received them in advance cross-examination, but why don't I explain what's in that graph, and that might be easy to answer your question. So Mr. Colgrave puts a graph together of Prebbleton's share of new dwellings from 2000 to 2022, and he prepares it on the basis of over a period of 22 years, and he looks at the share that's been allocated to Prebbleton. So on more than 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 occasions, that share has been over 10% and up to 25%. Would you accept that's correct?
Yes, so you're skipping questions, it seems. So I'll answer the question, I think it's point D that you've got in there. So I'll move to that. So I disagree with this concept of what he's applying. So in terms of the NPS guidelines, it's clear that the capacity model has to adopt the recent development trends. So that's in the MFE guidelines.
So
This period is entirely appropriate and covers the 4-year period which I've adopted in the Selwyn for Capacity for Growth model. And so in terms of a distribution is looking at what has occurred in the recent period.
So if we just
So
talk
in
about that
terms of-
recent period, I'll just stop you there.
Okay, council, can we let the witness finish answering his question
Okay,
or giving his answer to us? And then when he's finished, you could ask your next one.
okay.
So in terms of those guidelines, this is what we call in economics a positive economic method. So this method defines demand in terms of the revealed preferences in the market, what has recently occurred. And that is entirely appropriate. Economists use this type of method, which is based on facts, to remove value judgments of the modeler. So in terms of Prebbleton, yes, I do accept that there were periods where capacity was over 10% in terms of the amount of demand that was allocated to that area. So over the last 32 years for Prebbleton, there were 10 years of these instances, which is what you're referring to. So 10 years over 30, that gives you roughly 30% of instances where there was demand allocated or occurring in Prebbleton relative to the rest of the district. So that means the other 2/3 of years, it was not like that. So for most instances, the growth was much lower in those periods as well. So the periods that Mr. Colgrave's referring to tends to be the periods where there was lower growth in the district much about 2 decades ago now. Therefore, I don't agree with his insinuation, if you like. I don't think that there is proof that growth would be as high as he's suggesting, which he's suggesting at 1,255 to 1,569 over the coming decade. So in terms of the modelling method that he's adopting a method which is what we call a normative economic method. And that's where you put over top your own subjective beliefs about what should occur in Prebbleton. And I don't believe that that's the type of modelling method that should be applied in the NPSUD. It should be using a positive economic method. And that positive economic method is based on the recent development trends over the last recent period. Now, if we did adopt a normative approach that Fraser is suggesting, or Mr. Colgrave, sorry, that would effectively render the NPSUD test null and void. What would happen is that council or developers would put in place capacity, and then they would assume that growth is just simply going to go to that capacity. And that would mean that the test of sufficiency in the NPSUD would actually be null and void and would not actually be that useful. So that's why we're required not to use that method. So that's my answer.
So just moving back to what we're here for, which is variation 1. And this is where the council has recently notified its plan change, and it's identified Rolleston, Lincoln and Prebbleton as the main settlements in the district with the highest growth pressures. So that's a recent assessment. Is your view that you should still be looking at the 30-year period of growth even despite that change? That's a significant, I think, planning change for this region, for this district and for this locality of Prebbleton. Sorry,
can you restate that question?
Yes, so variation 1 is responding directly to the NPS on urban development. And in particular, it's responding to the policy where it requires council to essentially provide for growth in areas of urban environments, which there is a high demand for housing relative to other areas. So they've identified, and you've identified in your report, Rolleston, Lincoln and Prebbleton.
Yes.
And what I'm asking you is your view that 3% is still appropriate in terms of the growth allocated to Prebbleton on that basis? When
Yes.
when there's 20% allocated to Lincoln and 56 to Rolleston, who are equivalent main settlements.
Yes, I do. So again, I think I've outlined it already, but in terms of the NPSUD, we're required to look at the current or recent development trends, and that is what the model is based on, and that's entirely appropriate. If I adopted a different approach and applied more growth to Lincoln, to Prebbleton, then other areas would reduce in terms of their growth, and then we'd be in a situation where there would be submitters in other places which would be saying that we're effectively taking too much growth from one area and putting in another area, and we're applying our subjective beliefs about where growth should go rather than straight back applying what has actually occurred in the market. So in terms of the other question that you're asking there around MDRS, I think is what you're asking. My understanding is that the Housing Enabling Act requires that councils put in place MDRS in the urban environments, and there's a set of issues where they can not do that if they like, and some of them, for example, one of them is around the size of the township. So I'll just read directly from the Act itself. So one option for excluding Prebbleton from the MDRS is stated as such: an area predominantly urban in character that the 2018 census recorded as having a resident population of less than 5,000, unless a local authority intends the area to become part of an urban environment. So in my opinion, it's clear that census 2018 recorded population for Prebbleton, which was lower than 5,000. So it's not necessarily the case that this area should have the MDRS applied. However, the council intends this area to be an urban environment, so I'd agree that it should have the MDRS applied. So therefore, I think it does pass that particular definition.
Yes, so it's been included and it's been notified by the council, and it's been notified on the basis that its current population will exceed 5,000, its proximity to housing and its closeness to the labour market of Christchurch and along key transport routes. So if we just go back to, you've talked about based on recent years, the evidence from Birches Village that has been provided is that in recent years there wasn't any sections available to purchase. In fact, the evidence attached to Mr. Geddes is that there was a ballot to even achieve a section. The real estate agents were there was such a lack of supply that they balloted sections. Do you think it's fair to use figures over those last years for your ultimate long-term projection of growth that have essentially been unable to cater for demand due to lack of availability?
Yeah, so obviously during this period, the 2019 to 2022 period, I think everyone will agree that this has been the highest growth period in Selwyn on record. So in 2019, it was a building consents of 1,100. That then increased to 1,600 in 2020, 1,800 in 2021, 2,000 in 2022. So there's obviously been a lot of activity in Selwyn, and this has been in a situation where there's been lots of other developments provided around the district. So market preferences have resulted in demand occurring in locations where it prefers. So there has been development in Prebbleton as well, albeit, as you say, it has been slower. It has not been like there's been no development in this area. So from that point of view, I consider there has been significant supply and significant demand accommodated in Selwyn over various different locations. We're required under the NPSUD to use recent development trends, and that is what is in the model. I would accept that in some instances, when you put in place more capacity, in terms of more development opportunity, that would result in inducing demand into certain locations. However, in the case of Selwyn, there is lots of capacity being provided in Rolleston and Lincoln and other areas as well. So if Birches Road is allowed to be developed, then this may induce some more demand to Prebbleton. But there's also supply in all the other locations, which will also compete with this location. So I think it's an extremely long stretch to consider that demand will get to the level which Mr. Colgrave considers. So I'd note that in the last 30 years, there's only been 2 years in which demand reached the level that he's suggesting. So he's suggesting a demand of 125 to 157 dwellings per annum in Prebbleton, and there's only been 2 years over that period of the last 30 years. So that's a very low incidence.
That's not what his figure 2 says in terms of the share of the growth. But just coming back to your question, in terms of what you were talking about there is if, this site's rezoned and there's a demand, you're accepting that demand obviously materializes through availability where there is land to purchase.
Sorry, can you please repeat the question?
So demand obviously materializes where there's availability. That's what you were just talking about earlier in terms of...
that's under the assumption that there is an unlimited pool of demand, which there's clearly not, and also that there is restrictions on capacity in other locations, which clearly there is not. So what you can have is some induced demand, but not to the level which Mr. Colgrave's suggesting. But demand couldn't materialise either if there's no available sections to purchase. Yeah, there is a certain element of chicken and egg there, yes. Yeah. So I just want to turn to your model capacity in terms of capturing plan-enabled capacity and the feasibility and what's likely to be achieved. So your model data, as I understand it, through the dates, is at least a year old. Yeah, so you with all models, you have to pick a point in time, and so yep, June 22 is the point in time. And Mr. Colgrave in his evidence talks about how there was figures released by Statistics New Zealand that actually after that period that showed a general downturn in growth across New Zealand, but actually in Selwyn there was an additional increase in growth after the time you've prepared this report. Yes, so there has been after the COVID period, or during the COVID period, the population growth in Selwyn accelerated, which was unpredicted by anyone in the market, and that's why the modelling had to be updated. And Statistics New Zealand released its latest projections in the end of 2022, which now shows that Selwyn will grow faster, and that's incorporated into the model. And so in terms of the outcome that Mr. Colgrave is showing, what we're seeing now in 2023 is we're seeing a substantial decline in growth. The market has come back, and at the moment, in the last building consents data that was just released, we're down, what was the number? Sorry, I have to find the number, but it was at least 20 or 30% down. So the market has turned and we are on a decline. The amount of demand in the wider district is dropping, and I would expect that the growth outlook in the next year or two will be lower than what is forecast in the projections in the model. Can I just go back? You said the data that you inputted into this model was June 2022. You acknowledged the statistical data that was released after that showed growth for Selwyn, but you've said that that's been incorporated in the model? Yes, so that's a base year 2022. So but the latest figures from the growth from Statistics New Zealand wasn't incorporated in the model, is that correct? No, sorry, repeat that again. So the Statistics New Zealand has released data after you've put together your model, so that's not been incorporated in the model. No, it has been incorporated in the model. So the base year in a model doesn't need to be, or in fact, it has to be different to when the model was built. You can't build a model for a point in time if you haven't got the data yet. So Statistics New Zealand released a base population estimate after June 2022. It also released a base new projections after June 2022. But the base in the model is that June 2022. It was built after that point.
So you're confident that your numbers still remain relevant?
Yes.
And do you accept that there's been significant changes to cost since June 2022?
Yes. So with any market, there's always going to be changes in the marketplace, and the costs have changed since that base point. Likewise, the prices have changed and different other factors as well.
So the house prices have changed since that date?
Yes. Yep.
Yeah. And the interest rates have also changed, haven't they?
Yes. So I'd note that one of the requirements of the NPSUD is that we have to maintain the current prices and relationships over the medium term. So we're not allowed to actually change those in the modelling. And so that is one of the requirements which has to be in the model.
So because all of those numbers have changed, the feasible capacity would also no longer be relevant.
No, I disagree. So really what we see is there's going to be ups and downs in any market. And what you'll see over at a medium term, 10 years, you'll see that there'll be ups and downs all over that period. And what generally you see in a high growth area is that the feasibility actually improves over time. So what you'll see is that dwellings depreciate in value, the actual the built dwelling, while the land values increase, and so feasibility actually increases. And this is a natural phenomenon in a high growth area. And so what we'll actually see is that feasibility will be much more improved over the 10-year period than what is modelled. So while there has been some changes just recently, I would expect that over the 10-year period that the model would actually underestimate the amount of feasible capacity.
So your model doesn't take into account land ownership and willingness to develop, though, does it?
So you're referring to which question's that one? Oh, yeah. No, so it doesn't. So it does not include owners' willingness to develop. I note that no other Tier 1 council undertakes this type of assessment or applies this type of data in their NPSUD assessments. We all know how hard it is to undertake a census and how costly it is, no doubt, of households to understand what their preferences are in terms of their willingness to sell or to develop. It's just not possible. So yeah, I agree that in some instances, like this case where there's been clearly one developer, well, one owner who's pulled out or seems to have pulled out, that it can be harder to develop a piece of land. So yeah, it is something that isn't in the model and can't be brought into the model in my mind.
So the model has a limitation in that sense, but the panel in this case is still required to determine what's feasible and reasonably expected to be realised when they look at sufficient development capacity. So you'd accept that your model can't provide for that situation, and it hasn't provided. You've just accepted that.
Yeah, so no modelling in the country on the NPSUD includes that. It's not required. And so there will be some developers who change their preferences or change their willingness to develop over time. And it's just something that is too complex to actually include in a model.
And equally, for example, your model provides that the plan change 68 and 72 areas will be completely realised within 10 years. But do you accept that if there's multiple owners, that development to be realised could take longer?
Yeah, so yeah, I do accept it can take longer. I know that Mr. Colgrave, who is the expert, he also provided evidence for PC 68 and PC 72. And in those applications, he assumed that the construction of both those two sites would occur over 10 years, and that he considered that both PC 68 and 72 would be capacity in the medium term. So I agree with him that it would potentially be capacity in the medium term. It's commercially feasible, reasonably realisable. However, I'd note to that that's only if there is enough demand. And I consider that there's not sufficient demand in Prebbleton over that period. So it's likely that not all of that land will be developed.
And in terms of profit margins, just at what you have put into the model in terms of feasibility is costs and profit margins. And as I understand it, you've relied on a 7% profit margin for a developer?
No, so in terms of the way the model is built, there's a land developer and then also a build developer in terms of building a dwelling. So for the land developer, there's clearly a higher risk in terms of what they are undertaking. They have to buy the piece of land, hold it for a long time, take the risk that they will get consent or not, then also take the risk that they're going to actually be able to sell the subdivided lots at the end at a profit. So what you tend to see is that those types of developers have a higher profit margin, and that's what's seen in the Statistics New Zealand data. So in this case, there's a profit margin of 23%, I think it is, for the land developer. Now that land developer also has a whole range of contingencies as well, all the way along the development. So a contingency around the construction, the civil works and various steps. So in the end, the actual profit that is achieved by that developer is much higher than the 23%, because they won't actually use all of those contingencies. So that's the first element. So, and that's a large share of the cost of a dwelling, the land itself being subdivided into a lot. In terms of the build developer, yes, it uses a rate which is lower. There's a lower risk for the build developers. So what we tend to see in the market is that a builder of a house, generally what they do is they will sign a contract with the buyer saying, you will pay me along the way of the process in different installments. And also there's an agreed price for the house at the end. So effectively what this type of developer does is they're handing the risk onto the buyer of the house. So they have a lower risk margin, and that's seen in the data, which is shown from Statistics New Zealand at around about 7%. Again, there's all these contingencies in there as well. And so really the actual profit margin achieved by this developer will be higher than that rate. So in combination, when you take the land and the actual build, it is much higher than the 7% that you're suggesting.
So you'll accept, though, in terms of what you've modelled in June 2022, that there would be a change to what that profit would be realised because of what we've just agreed, the medium drop in housing price, the increase in residential construction costs, and the increase in percentage of interest rates.
Yeah, so I think it's instructive to think about Prebbleton for this hearing about what type of capacity is available here. So we've got most capacity in Prebbleton is the larger developments that are available. So that's PC 68. So in PC 68, we've got a capacity of 820 suggested by the applicant. The cell capacity for growth model suggests 770. So that's conservatively low. Then we've got PC72, which has a capacity of 330, and so Selwyn capacity growth predicts 304. So that's conservative as well. Then there's Somerset development, which is underway at the moment, and they're suggesting to build 290, and the model's predicting 217, again, conservatively low. Then we have the Bupa development, which is suggesting 114, and the Selwyn capacity model is suggesting 76, which again is conservatively low. There's the Blade Muse final development as well, which they've just subdivided off 10 lots, and the model suggesting 51. There's no outline plan for that yet, but it's underway and it's feasible. And then we've got the 102 Toswell Road, which was just recently bought by Enterprise Homes, and that could potentially have 30 as well. So what I've just gone through is 6 sites in Prebbleton, and they represent 90% of the capacity in Selwyn.
Plan-enabled capacity.
No, this is feasible, commercially realisable. So, and I've also talked about in each instance there what the developers are suggesting, and in each case it's conservatively low. So for the bulk or the lion's share of capacity in Selwyn in the model, 90% of that, it's conservatively low. So what you're talking about here is the infill capacity, that very small 10% that's left over. And then, okay, so the feasibility of that will go up and down over time. And, but over that longer period of time, the medium term, what we see in a market like this is that it will improve. So I think the model provides a reasonable estimate of feasible capacity, and I don't accept that this short-term change will mean that the amount of capacity that is feasible over the coming 10 years will drop below what the model's suggesting.
I'm just mindful of time. I just have one more question in terms of distinguishing. The model you provide is obviously quite a coarse model. It doesn't distinguish between markets or price brackets. My question for you is whether, and it wouldn't distinguish, for example, between a unique market such as someone who's providing a cultural element. It's not fine grain in that sense.
So yeah, inherently any mathematical model can be fine grained in one respect, but not in another. And I kind of think about it like taking a photo or having a camera. What you can do is you can zoom in on one aspect and get fine grained. So you could zoom in on the foreground of a picture and get a very fine grained picture of the person's face, but then you lose the background. The background gets fuzzy, or vice versa. You could take a wider shot and then you lose the detail in the foreground, and that's a common issue with any mathematical model. So obviously it's very detailed and fine grained in one respect, but it doesn't take into account the detail which you're talking about in terms of cultural perspective. So
it'd be important to ground truth that with developers' intentions, for example, through the submission process on variation.
So the cultural perspective which you're asking about, I have not seen that brought into any modelling around capacity. It's probably something that should be addressed by a different expert, in my opinion.
Thank you, Mr. Yeoman, and thank you for answering the question. So
Yeah.
Mr. Yeoman, I'll just see if any members of the panel have any questions for you, but thank you very much for coming in this morning at short notice and for answering questions that councillors put to you. I've certainly found it very informative and helpful. So, anyone any questions? No, Mr. Yeoman, it doesn't appear that your answers to council have elicited us to ask you anything further, but thank you very much for your assistance this morning.
Thank you.
I did just want to call Mr. Colgrave for 5 minutes to do a quick summary.
Sure.
As it's on the Zoom. It just might be useful, Mr. Colgrave, can you hear me?
Yes.
It might be useful just if there's any very high level comments as a result of that questioning as part of your summary relevant to your evidence. If you could raise that, thank you.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, there's obviously a lot of issues arising from Mr. Yeoman's answers, but I don't want to encumber the panel too much with the detail. I think a couple of issues, I guess, on the growth side. I don't agree at all with Mr. Yeoman that the MPSUD requires us to extrapolate the last 3 years of growth to get a 30-year growth picture. I think that's not at all what the MPSUD expects or intends for us to do. It's absolutely critical to realise that there hasn't really been any section availability in Prebbleton over the last 3 years. So the growth that's occurred in Prebbleton over the last 3 years reflects a lack of opportunity. It doesn't reflect a lack of demand. And Mr. Yeoman has committed a very common mistake where he conflates market transactions in terms of the number of sales with the demand. The demand is something that sits in the background, and if there's an opportunity for that demand to be satisfied, then it will be. But in a lot of cases, when there is no supply available, there will be demand in the market, but we can't see it and we can't measure it. And it's very obvious looking at the consents for Prebbleton that when there was supply, that demand was very high. So there is what I call a latent or a lurking demand that's sitting in the background. And when supply comes on stream, that demand comes through and is able to express itself. But because it could not do that for the last 3 years, obviously its growth has been lower than it was over the sort of the longer term period. So I absolutely disagree that we should be doing a 30-year forecast based on the last 3 years of Prebbleton. So I think that's the first point. I think Mr. Yeoman's answers in terms of the capacity and how the model works, I disagree with those as well. I mean, I'll start with the margins, for example. The building margin of 7% that the model adopts is based on a misunderstanding of developer margin. What they've done is used net profit percent from a Statistics New Zealand database. Those two numbers are not the same. A profit margin is the profit that you make over and above your cost on a project, and the net profit after tax for a business is the same sort of thing, but then you take off all the overheads of running a business and everything else. So the net profit after tax for a business is always much, much smaller than the margin on a single project. And Mr. Yeoman is incorrect in saying that the builder will pass the risk on to the buyer, because what actually happens is when you fix the price that you sell the building for, you are capping your revenues, but you're not, as costs go up, you're absorbing it. You're absorbing those additional costs. So that they're not actually passing the risk on. The builder is taking all the risk. And I'm not aware of any builder that would take any kind of risk for a 7% margin. And I've talked to dozens of developers over the last 2 years during the sell-in process, and I haven't found a single developer whose profit margin will be less than 20 or 25%. I think Mr. Yeoman and I just fundamentally disagree about how his model should work and how it reconciles the MPSUD.
See if we have questions for you, Raymond. Thank you. Doesn't appear, Mr. Colgrave, we have any questions of clarification for you, but thank you for coming in this morning.
Thank you.
Mr. Christie is just available for questions from the panel.
Morning, Mr. Christie, and welcome. Is there anything you'd like to say by way of summary, or are you happy if we go straight to questions?
Kia ora koutou. No, I'm happy for you to just go with questions.
Thank you. Oh, Raymond, do you want us over to you?
Good morning, Mr. Christie. Has Ngāi Tahu Property undertaken an assessment of a relevant iwi management plan?
At this stage, we haven't. We've just become involved through the purchase process. When we own the land, we will go through a full cultural impact assessment, and we'll engage with Taumutu, Tuahurere, and possibly through MKT, depending on how the two Papata Rūnaka wish us to engage directly.
Okay. Thank you for your answer. Are you familiar with policy 9 of the Mahanui Iwi Management Plan under soil conservation?
Not in detail.
Let me read it out to you. It's in 3 parts. First is, it's very quick and brief. The first is issue P9, the mauri of soil resources of the takiwā can be compromised by inappropriate land use and development. That's the issue. The policy, which is P91.1, to sustain and safeguard the life supporting capacity of soils. Mō tātou, mō ka uri, muri, akinai, for us and our children. So, and then below is an explanation, and the explanation is soil is a fundamental resource, and together with air and water is the basis of which life depends. As the natural capital upon which much of the region's economy depends, it is critical that the true and non-replaceable value of our soils is recognised and provided for in policy and planning process. So, would you consider the life supporting capacity of soils could equate to productivity?
The concept the policy you talked to there is, I guess, a tension that we, as a developer for an iwi-owned entity, grapple with the whole time, in that to provide putea for the iwi, what Ngāi Tahu property does, for instance, is land development and or building form development, similarly to seafood harvests from the ocean. So that is a tension, and as immediate shareholders and stakeholders are acutely aware of that, and in fact are at odds with each other and internally sometimes on that. So that's how we have to approach any development with that consideration, not expressly in the words you've got from the policy there, but certainly from how we approach to how we utilise the land, but also protect the land and the mana of the land.
Which leads me to my next question. Will any of the homes be affordable for poor Ngāi Tahu? Because most of Ngāi Tahu are poor and can't afford $800,000 homes.
Interesting that Ngāi Tahu internally has done surveys of affordability within iwi, and I, like you, probably assume that the statistics would stack up that says that the majority of Ngāi Tahu whānui are at the poorer end of the spectrum, so therefore can't afford it. The statistics within the business, and this is the Tront business, not the property business, don't necessarily stack up to align with my initial thoughts. Having said that, we have current examples in Christchurch, takiwā, or Ngāi Tuariri's takiwā, where we're producing sections and then working with Oranga, which is a department within Tront, to provide affordable homes through a progressive home ownership model. And that is one of the examples of how we are working with Tront to provide homes and opportunities for homes. The other part of it is that we release anything that we release to the market, we release to iwi in the first instance, and they get a period, so they're not competing with the market as such. So there are a number of initiatives that we have to try and get that affordability. The other part of it is to look at your density and your typology. The $800,000-900,000 section or house, tends to be something that is standalone on a section and is not sort of necessarily the right density. So we certainly do work with our building partners to create a built form, and we're doing this in Auckland and in Queenstown, that meets an affordable criteria. It's quite subjective what affordable means, similar with the sort of term public housing that has connotations that aid and detract from what you're trying to achieve, but that is certainly in the forefront, is how do we get the mix of people in the neighbourhood or the subdivision right, so it's not all one end or the other. It's sort of coalesced with multiple, with representation of society, really.
Did the survey that you talked about, did that include just registered members?
We don't own the data, but that was how it was presented to us
Right,
at
so it's
a
only
housing
registered
discussion
members.
in the internal.
So I'd say it would be only registered members, which isn't all of Ngāi Tahu, as you could appreciate.
Yeah, no, correct. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm now looking at your paragraph 9, goal 3.
Yep.
What does expanding the presence of Ngāi Tahu mana mean?
So I guess it's multifaceted as such, but a lot of that for us, when we're talking about a built form, and that goal is a Ngāi Tahu holders goal, not specific to property. We're part of that, obviously, is around the expression of the cultural narrative, if you like, through the likes of landscaping, the likes of community, parks and recreation type areas, art, street naming, narrative panels, and all that sort of.
So is it a branding thing?
It's not a branding thing at all. It's intertwined within the whole design principle, and that's where we lean to the likes of MKT, previously Matapopuri, now Whitiora, to aid us in making sure that we get that narrative right from the get-go. So it is not just a nameplate on the side.
So I could understand if it said expand the presence of Ngāi Tahu values. It's the mana bit that I don't understand.
I think the mana comes from, and you'll correct me if I'm sort of reading that wrong, but the mana comes from success, and success is on a multiple facets.
Mana in my eyes doesn't shout it out loud. Very humble about it.
And I think that is true of how Ngāi Tahu property approach things. We don't tend to shout loud.
And yet it's one of your goals.
It is a goal of the whole holdings to support mana whenua, to support Ngāi Tahu.
Is the input of local iwi confirmed?
We've met with Tuariri and Taumutu previously, when we started talking about this, with the initial view to make sure that they were comfortable with where we're going, but also to talk about the opportunities for co-investment directly with the two Papatū Runanga. That was received well. We haven't progressed that further until we actually know that we're moving forward. But again, to take some other examples around the Canterbury Christchurch region, we've got co-investment happening in real terms at the moment with development in Hornby and a development in Wainoni. Other opportunities being explored down in central Otago with engagement through the Runaka down there to provide not just engagement by the way of the 18 Papatū Runaka, but actually with the individual Runaka investing directly into the project with us.
Okay. So it's not guaranteed yet, though, is it?
The guarantee is there from our side that if Runaka wanted to participate, then we would certainly enable that. I guess it's a risk profile of Runaka, and whether the risk of their capital coming into a project of this, when I'm talking about an investment, there's obviously the sort of cultural overlay part, but if their risk appetite is, or their profile is suitable to allow them to invest in a land development, which is inherently risky, but get it right, as the economist said, you get it right and you make good margins. What he failed to mention was all those contingencies that he talked about don't necessarily translate to margin. Often they're eroded and you end up chewing up margin. But it comes down to I guess the financial capacity and appetite for the Rūnaka to engage, but certainly the principles and the desire is there for us to work closely with them. And that doesn't necessarily need to be, there's no minimum threshold. You don't have to be able to contribute or participate 50%. It could be much smaller than that, just depending on the appetite and the capability at the time, or capacity, probably more so.
So for other similar developments that Ngāi Tahu property have undertaken, have all local iwi been involved?
So at the investment level or at the either. Certainly since I've been involved with Ngāi Tahu property, which is 6.5 years, there has been direct engagement with Papatū Rūnaka from a cultural perspective, making sure that is sort of covered off. The co-investment opportunity is something that's really came out of the last 2 years as part of that goal one, essentially, to economic self-determination as another tool to be able to be used, sort of additional to the, correctly putting it, the distribution model, to enable people or Rūnaka to engage directly, and also by being engaged in the sort of financial aspect of it, it provides some development opportunity for people within the Rūnaka, or perhaps the commercial company of that Rūnaka, to be involved in land development, which in turn will enable other outcomes which may or may not even involve Ngāi Tahu property. And the ultimate goal would be to flip it on its head, where Ngāi Tahu property is aiding Rūnaka rather than vice versa at the moment. But that's a journey and I guess a maturity model as you go.
So Ms. Lowenstein talked about Rapaki Village, and I think she would meant Papakainga housing. So will this rezoning include Papakainga housing?
Certainly, if there is an appetite and a desire for Rūnaka for that, there's certainly no reason why it couldn't. There's work being done again in the office, and I talk about the wider office around that housing model. There's still a wee way to go, I'd suggest, for that to happen, but with the land comes the opportunity to do that, either as a within a discrete zone, if that's how it wants to play out, which is possible, or in a more integrated fashion.
Thank you, Mr. Christie. I have no further questions.
Ms. Christie, I just got one question. It's your paragraph 16, in the very last sentence of paragraph 16, and you've mentioned it briefly, you'll offer the first releases of properties to Ngāi Tahu.
Yep.
I'm interested in you explaining how that works, and I'll give you the background to my question, which might help you answer it. Is that our job is to think about available capacity for residential development compared to demand, and we have lots of different views from different economists on that, but essentially we need to supply and demand as forefront in our mind. My question is based on a concern that this approach might prevent general community demand for residential housing being met by this proposed development if it's targeted to only one sector of the community.
Yeah, fair question. So how it works from a sort of logistical perspective is when we are releasing a stage or ready to release a stage, it goes through an EDM to all registered Ngāi Tahu.
Sorry, what's that EDM?
Electronic bulk email. Can't remember.
Email.
Bulk email.
Yeah.
Copy all. So it goes to all registered Ngāi Tahu or that are on the database held by Tron. At that point, there's a time, generally a month, where they can respond with putting a section on hold or putting a section under contract or whatever the case may be, to work through their due diligence. That's before the market sees the product. And then from there we go to the general market. How that's translated in real terms over the past, well, I can probably only talk from sort of Wigram forward, so the last 2010, 2011, is there had been, if you released a stage of say 50 lots, typically there had been maybe 5 to 6 registrations of interest, and that would convert to 2 to 3 contracts. So there's still ample left for the balance of the population, bearing in mind that Ngāi Tahu are still part of the general population as well. So they represent the whole lot. In the more recent times when sections were selling in very short space of time, iwi and 3 releases at Te Whariki, iwi registered members took pretty much the whole lot in a very short space of time. That was resulting probably in a couple of things. Some people were genuinely buying sections and building on them. Other people were buying sections and on selling them and making a profit, which is perfectly legitimate means. That has since dropped away again. The last couple of releases at Te Whariki, where the market has probably gone below what would be considered normal. Very, very low take up from initial releases, but also very little take up from market releases. I think in a normalized market, the risk, if you like, of all sections being taken up at once, that doesn't really exist.
And just how, where is that Te Whariki? Where
Te
about?
Whariki, it's Lincoln Development.
Okay.
About a 980 lot subdivision that we've been doing in Selwyn for 9 or 10 years.
All right, no, that's very helpful. Thank you for explaining that. No further questions from us, and I forgot that I was going to get Mr. Nicholson to come in after the your urban design experts. I got distracted with Mr. Yeoman and Mr. Colgraves. What I'm going to do now, just because I can, I'm going to call a 5-minute short break, and then Mr. Nicholson, apologies to you, will then have you read out your material to us. And sorry, I forgot to get you on earlier. good material out to us. That we appreciate it. Thank you.
Kia ora koutou. Thank you for the opportunity to be here and answer questions. So I'll just read out the question first and then my response.
Yeah, that's good. Thank you.
The question is, you consider Birches Village to have low accessibility, but you do not consider the adjacency to Kakaha Park, walkability to the neighbourhood centre within the site, access to the bus route, rail trail. I note that I have revised my assessment of the accessibility of PC 79 to a low moderate level in my summary of evidence for PC 79 to reflect the changes to the ODP made in the applicant's statements of evidence, including pedestrian cycle facilities around the edge of the site, the further resolution of the commercial centre on Birch and the further resolution of the commercial centre on Birches Road. I note that similar changes have been proposed in the applicant's statement of evidence for submission. In my opinion, good accessibility relates to providing access to employment, educational and health facilities, community and public services, retail opportunities, and recreational and natural open spaces, particularly within easily walkable or cyclable distances or using convenient public transport. The most comprehensive data that I am aware of regarding the distances that New Zealanders travel is the New Zealand Household Travel Survey, which found that the average walking trip for New Zealanders was 1 kilometre and the average cycle trip was 4 kilometres. The last time the survey was conducted was in 2018. I agree that Birches Village would have good walkability to recreational and natural open spaces at Kakaha Park and to local shops. Most houses in Birches Village will be more than 2 kilometres away from the Prebbleton town centre, and I consider they would have poor walkability to any of the other opportunities outlined previously, based on the average New Zealand walking distance of 1 kilometre. Birches Village is within the average cycling distance of 4 kilometres to the Prebbleton town centre. However, the shared cycle path that is part of the Little River Rail Trail stops and is replaced with painted on-road cycle lanes along Birches Road between Trices and Springs Road and along Springs Road between Trices and Blakes Road. And in fact, it's worse than that. I drove down there this morning and noted that the cycle lanes disappear entirely. You know, there are no painted cycle lanes for a section of that road. The painted on-road cycle lanes are adjacent to parking lanes on 2 busy arterial roads and do not provide an attractive or high amenity cycle route from Birches Village into or through Prebbleton. In my opinion, Birches Village has a moderate level of cycling accessibility to the town centre. Metro bus route 80, Lincoln Parklands, runs along Birches Road adjacent to the site, and trips to and from the bus interchange in the central city take approximately half an hour. In my opinion, this would provide a moderate level of access to public transport for potential residents of Birches Village. Most employment, specialised health services, retail and higher educational opportunities require travel into Christchurch, and I consider that potential residents of Birches Village would be largely dependent on cars on a daily basis. On balance, I consider that a low moderate rating of accessibility for Birches Village is appropriate. The next question was, would you agree the site has good accessibility to jobs, community services in Christchurch City, that Prebbleton is no longer a service township in the district plan? As discussed in the previous sections, I consider that on balance, a low moderate rating of accessibility for Birches Village is appropriate. Accessibility to jobs and services in Christchurch City is a subset of this and would largely be dependent on cars with some public transport. In my opinion, a low moderate accessibility rating would still be appropriate, given the distance and time taken to commute into the city and the limited direct public transport options. Prebbleton is defined as a service township in the definition of township network in the proposed Selwyn district plan, along with West Melton, Darfield and Leaston. The definition describes service townships as functioning independently with a range of residential, commercial and industrial activities while providing support to Rolleston, smaller townships and the surrounding rural area. I consider that Prebbleton can appropriately be described as a service township. Your evidence, this is the next question, your evidence acknowledges the new park, Kakaha Park along Birches Road, which will include bike tracks, sports fields, stretches of native bush and a dog park. You exclude Kakaha Park from the urban environment of Prebbleton. The activities of Kakaha Park are to service the urban environment. For example, the inclusion of dog exercise park is to facilitate an urban activity. There has been a significant change to the environment as Kakaha Park develops with car parking and the removal of vegetation. My response, the NPSUD defines an urban environment as any area of land that is or is intended to be predominantly urban in character and is or is intended to be part of a housing and labour market of at least 10,000 people. With regard to Clause A, and the question of whether Kakaha Park is predominantly urban in character, I consider that it could be interpreted either way depending on the context. In an urban context, I consider that the activities and recreational facilities would contribute to an urban character, but equally in a rural context, I consider that the open space, the stream and native vegetation would contribute to a rural character. When the planning, purchase of land and the design for Kakaha Park was undertaken, the site was surrounded by rural land entirely. It was intended to service the Springs Ward and the wider Selwyn district rather than being a Prebbleton Park specifically. PC 72 was only approved after the land was purchased, and PC 79 hearing was only held after the construction of the park had started. I consider that there are good precedents for Kakaha Park to function as an urban park, including Foster Park in Wollaston and the Prebbleton Domain. But equally, I consider there are good precedents for it to function as a rural park, including Little River Domain, Osborne Park in Doyleston, or the Ahoka Domain. I agree that there have been significant changes to the environment as Kakaha Park has been developed. I consider that the activities in Kakaha Park service the wider Springs Ward, including both rural and urban populations. The next question is, your evidence acknowledges that the NPSUD seeks to provide well-functioning urban environments that enable more people to live near a centre or employment opportunities and which are well serviced by public transport. The NPSUD allows out of sequence development. Key focus is well-functioning urban environment. Would you agree? And my response is, I agree that a key focus for urban design experts is the extent to which out of sequence developments contribute to a well-functioning urban environment. I note there are a number of other equally significant considerations under the NPSUD that are outside the expertise of urban design experts. The next question is, with respect to compact urban form, you've identified other areas such as 93 Tossable Road as having compact urban form. The site has only one aspect connected to existing residential activity, the west, but you have acknowledged its southern frontage of 120 metres as addressing Prebbleton Domain. The remainder of its edges adjoin rural zone. 93, and my response is 93 Tossable Road partially fills in rural enclave to the east of Prebbleton. It is within 1 kilometre of the Prebbleton town centre and is adjacent to residential land to the northwest and Prebbleton Domain to the west. The land to the southwest of the site, between the site and Tossable Road, could be appropriate for further residential development. The site is adjacent to and facilitates access to an extensive network of stormwater and open space facilities to the east. I consider that it would contribute to a compact urban form for Prebbleton, as shown in figure 4. I guess it might be worth referring to that. It is this is marked as V1 0029. That site is only a partial infill of that sort of that corner of land there. I do wonder whether the land to the southwest would in fact be appropriate for urban development in the future to fill in the land between Tossable Road and the site. I agree that the Tossable Road frontage addresses Prebbleton Domain and also adjoins, and the site also adjoins an extensive stormwater open space facilities to the east. It would provide passive surveillance benefits to both of these spaces. The site's bordered by rural land to the south and southwest. The next question is, Birches Village shares a park frontage of approximately 500 metres along Birches Road and adjoins residentially zoned land to the north aspect. Is otherwise compact and contained. My response is the perimeter of the Birches Village site is approximately 2.74 kilometres long. Of this, approximately 120 metres borders Hamptons Road to the north and 500 metres adjoins Kakaha Park along Birches Road. This constitutes 23% of the edges of the site adjoining urban uses, which is approximately one side of a square. The next question is, if you considered Kakaha Park to be part of the urban environment of Prebbleton, like Prebbleton Domain is, would you agree the site would be part of a compact urban form of Prebbleton because it is adjacent to the park and the residentially zoned land to the north? If Kakaha Park is considered as part of the environment, I still consider that the site largely extends beyond the existing urban form of Prebbleton and forms a peninsula of land to the south, as shown in figure 4. And the final question is, if the site is rezoned, there will be benefits to Kakaha Park, such as passive surveillance. It will result in greater use of and additional urban activity at the park. My response is, I agree that if Birches Village is rezoned, it will bring additional benefits to Kakaha Park, including passive surveillance and increased usage. I do not consider that these benefits are necessary for the success of Kakaha Park. And if it's of any use, I do have a plan of the site bits of land that were excluded from the ODP, or might be excluded if they don't become part of that consortium. If you wish to see it visually, I've only got it electronically at the moment, although we can provide it.
Yeah, that'll be helpful. Thank you.
Would you like to look at it now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Show it to us and then you can show it to Ms. Booker.
This is an old road, and in fact, it is entirely possible. 2 seconds, 2 bits of land. The ODP has been revised. Green space runs about around.
Right.
That's possible. Gives you somewhat. Yep, extending the land.
All right. And if you could show that to Ms. Booker and say to her what you just said to us in case you didn't hear. Right, so Booker, so Mr. Nicholson's answered the questions that you put in writing and you did ask to cross-examine him. So is there anything else you'd like to ask him at this stage?
I thought most of his answers were really clear, and actually Ms. Lawrenson's addressed things. There was just one aspect I was going to ask you, with your permission. Just in terms of the accessibility and the walkability, and I do accept that you've acknowledged that there's good walkability to the shops itself within the site, but in terms of to the town centre, you would have seen Mr. Compton-Mohan's evidence, and he attached those maps with the walkability from Rolleston and Lincoln. And do you accept that there's also residential development within those sites that are beyond 2 kilometres to the town centre?
Yes, I do accept that, and I acknowledge there's a hierarchy of townships within the Selwyn district, and that Rolleston and Lincoln, if you like, are the key activity centres or sub-district centres, and they are what I would call polycentric. So they have developed such so that there are in fact a series of smaller centres and schools spread over a larger area. They're a larger, urban environment. The question I think that faces the Selwyn district with regard to Prebbleton as to whether it remains as, if you like, a service centre, the next tier of township down, which is largely monocentric. So it has a single town centre and kind of everything kind of revolves around that, or whether it evolves to become something more similar to Lincoln and Rolleston. So I agree that there are residential areas beyond 2 kilometres away from the centre of Lincoln and Rolleston. And I think it is a it's a real question for Selwyn District as to whether that happens in Prebbleton.
Would you accept with the initiation of this variation in the inclusion of the centre of Prebbleton, which was once a local centre, similar to the service townships, but has now been upzoned to a town centre zone through this process, that the council's already taking steps to indicate that it is going beyond that service township? Sorry, you look confused. So Prebbleton, as part of the variation, has been notified as a main settlement. It's also upzoned its local centre zone in Prebbleton to a town centre zone. Would you accept that the council's already taken steps to actually move towards that polycentric, I think was the word you used?
I think that's possibly beyond my level of expertise. I simply note that the township network, clearly, defines Lincoln and Rolleston at the pinnacle, and if you like, of the key activity centres, and that Prebbleton is also co-located with a number of other smaller towns at the next level down, and they all currently have a similar urban form, a monocentric urban form.
And that just leads into my other question I had, was just acknowledging that those definitions you're using have come from the proposed Selwyn District Plan and not from the variation documents in terms of changes.
They have come from the proposed district.
One last point is, I think you do accept that the cycling is a moderate level, but I just wanted to ask the cycle rail that goes past the site. The rail trail is obviously, you note your concern with the condition of parts of it, but that is existing, part of the existing environment. Would you accept that?
The cycle, yes, the Little River Cycle Trail does run past the site on the opposite side of Birches Road. And is a attractive shared path immediately opposite. But as I say, it is somewhat confusing as you come to the Hamptons Road intersection, when it disappears and you are simply left on your own to find your way into the middle of town. There is no signage. There is a painted cycle trail for most of the distance, but there are areas where it disappears, and actually that disappears at the intersection between Birches Road and Springs Road, and the intersection where arguably cyclists need the most assistance.
Thank you, Mr. Nicholson. I really appreciate the succinct answering of those questions.
Mr. Nicholson, I'll just see if panel members have any questions, please, since you're here. Rowan?
Just one, Mr. Nicholson. Your paragraph 2.9 in your responses to the questions, you say that on balance there's a low moderate rating of accessibility for Birches Village as being appropriate. Would that assessment apply to Prebbleton in general, in terms of accessibility to jobs and services in Christchurch City is a subset of this, and will be largely dependent on cars with some public transport?
I think that's a very good question. You will see from my evidence on variation 1 that I did actually rate one of the sites as high in accessibility, although I wonder whether I was being slightly enthusiastic. I do consider that these rural township such as Prebbleton will have less accessibility than a true urban area such as the centre of Christchurch. So, and I guess I would be surprised. I think a high is unusual in the setting. But on the other hand, I have rated some of the other pieces of land in variation 1, the other submissions, up to moderate high in terms of accessibility. Really relying on that they have better access to the centre of the facilities in the centre of Prebbleton, but they are, of course, still have to travel to those jobs.
Thank you.
Christchurch.
So, Mr. Nicholson, just one question from me. I'm interested in your opinion on whether or not this proposal before us would contribute to a well-functioning urban environment. And if your answer is yes, could you say why? And if your answer is no, could you say why?
At this time, I consider that it would not contribute to a well-functioning urban environment. and that is largely to do with its location and the separation from Prebbleton Township. So I consider it's an outlier, not well connected. Yeah, not particularly well connected and with relatively low accessibility. And I consider that there are a number of other areas of land that would be, that could be developed that would contribute more to the environment, the urban environment of Prebbleton. I accept that I can envisage a time in the future that when the opportunities for further development within Prebbleton are taken up and there is no further land, and that the Prebbleton community or the Selwyn District Council considers more land is needed, that this may be an appropriate location for further growth. I don't believe that's we're in that situation currently.
Right, thank you very much, Mr. Nicholson. No further questions.
Ms. Williams.
Taking the time, still morning. Good morning and welcome.
Good morning.
So I think you've been sitting there diligently in the background. You're very welcome to summarise your evidence or highlight key points, or we can just go to questions. Over to you.
Thank you. I did have a couple of points I'd like to run through, if that's okay.
Of course.
And perhaps I'll start with one that is been fairly topical this morning, and that's around the urbanisation of Birches Road from an engineering perspective. And this was discussed at length during the recent Plan Change 79 hearing. So I'll just give an overview of where that consideration got to. And the proposal is that the Birches Road frontage would be upgraded to an urban environment. So think your standard footpaths, curb and channel, etc. And that with that would come a urban speed limit of 50 kilometres per hour. So the speed limit is reducing to 60 kilometres per hour south of Ledley's Road as part of the Kakaha Park development anyway, and this would provide further opportunity to look to reduce that down to a 50 kilometre per hour speed limit. And particularly that roundabout proposed at the corner of Ledley's Road and Birches Road provides a nice threshold for those speed limit changes and drivers' perception of the environment and an appropriate speed to travel. So in that respect, and of noting that similar upgrades are anticipated adjacent to Plan Change 72 land when that is developed, I was also involved in that hearing, that those sections would therefore take on an urban environment, and being able to reduce those speed limits actually provides a notable improvement in itself in terms of walking and cycling experience and safety as well. So in those respects, I think this development of the Birches Village site could actually contribute to those outcomes, aside from any other infrastructure upgrades as well. And I am aware that the council are looking at those existing gaps in the rail trail. I believe they're working on a walking and cycling strategy that is yet to be released, but my understanding is that's one of the things they're looking at as part of that strategy. So it's a well-known issue. It will hopefully be resolved irrespective of any of these developments. And all of these things combined would, of course, significantly improve that walking and cycling connectivity to the town. So if I then jump to my evidence in paragraph 11. And just to give a bit of context there, the point at which the council officers' reports for this hearing were released, we had the hearing, but we had not yet provided the right of reply for Plan Change 79. So it was written at a time where matters have been partially resolved, and since that time, there have been additional matters resolved as part of the right of reply. And I set those out there in paragraph 11. So that's relating mostly to some thresholds for infrastructure upgrades. I'm happy to talk through those, or if you're happy just to have those as they're set out there. But those have been agreed with the council's transport engineer. And my understanding is that those would be incorporated into a district plan rule, and that would, a similar rule would be therefore included in the proposed plan to accommodate those matters. So that's the reason where we considered that we had reached agreement. I think it might have been a point of confusion.
Yeah.
So beyond that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Right, thank you. Anyone?
I don't think I have any questions, so I'll just get a complete understanding in terms of transportation. And if the plan change was approved or variation proposal was approved, the major transportation aspects can be appropriately dealt with.
Correct.
All right.
And nothing that we'd considered was, specialist. It was very standard urban upgrades required.
But it is contingent on those matters which you've raised in your paragraph 11.
Yeah, so those matters,
things that need to be done for it to occur.
so those matters in paragraph 11 are already in council's long-term plan. So they are matters that are already have funding allocated and are going to happen. The issue is not whether they will happen. The issue is just timing.
Yeah.
And they're all in the very near future. So even if there was a delay of a year or two, I don't consider that that's a problem or a constraint at all.
Okay.
It's a matter of simply tidying those points up.
Thank you.
And no further questions from me. The only thing I hadn't reconciled in my mind was Mr. Collins' recommendations in his 42A report, but as you've just reminded us, they're covered in your paragraph 11. So they're essentially forming what I might call conditions precedent. That these things would need to be done, well, certainly before those housing thresholds are exceeded. No, so yeah, thanks for clarifying that, and no further questions from me.
Thank you.
Commissioner, I asked Mr. Farrelly greenhouse gases to be available, but I didn't anticipate any questions.
Let's check. Any questions from Mr. Farrelly?
Okay.
Nope.
So he's not here, and I had anticipated that would be the case. So if I call Mr. Marshall on servicing.
Yep. Right, I think you understand. Well, you've certainly been listening to what I've said. We've read your evidence. You don't need to read that out, but you're welcome to summarise key points, or we can just go to questions. Over to you.
Okay, I will go through the key points. So the first one is stormwater. So we've had an investigation done on the site, and we've found that that stormwater can be disposed of through soakage. Also, we've had a look at the flooding, and we found that overland flow paths through the site, but we can manage that through the blue-green network that we're proposing as part of the outline development plan. Moving on to wastewater. So with the wastewater would be treated at the Pines treatment plant. At the moment, that has capacity, I believe, up to 60,000 people, and with future provision up to 120,000 people. So in light of that, that has available capacity for the property. The issue with wastewater with our site is in terms of transmission from Prebbleton to the Pines. At the moment, there is capacity in the pump station, but that's projected to be used up in the 2030s. So in terms of our development, that would allow our development to proceed up to a point, depending on how Prebbleton grows. There's ways of managing it. One of those is through a low pressure sewer system, where we can store wastewater within individual pump stations for each house that is then controlled through a control system to pump during off-peak periods to avoid overloading the pump station during peak times. And the other way of doing it is through a centralized pump station within the Birches Village area that would pump wastewater into the Prebbleton terminal pump station. And again, that can be managed through storage at the pump station and be programmed to pump during off-peak periods. Another solution would be to build an additional pump station, which is anticipated to be required in the future. That would pump wastewater from Birches Village all the way to the Pines wastewater treatment plant. Acknowledge that would be quite costly to do, but could also be coordinated with other developments in the area to manage the cost between the various different developments. Moving on to water supply. So there's water mains within the vicinity of the site, which can be extended into the Birches Village area. Selwyn District Council has also looked at the future water supply for the township and are proposing a series of water mains, which one of those would come along Hamptons Road as well, which we could also hook into or look at building part of that as part of the development process. With the water supply, there's also the provision for us to drill a new well within the Birches Village area, which would also support the water supply in the area.
Okay, thank you. Questions, Ram? Just in terms of the wastewater, and you've identified some potential upgrade solutions. We just heard from the transport witness that it's been established in terms of a similar issue with transport, that thresholds have been established in terms of numbers of houses that could be developed before there'd need to be a halt unless certain upgrades that have occurred.
Yeah.
Is that the same situation here? Does there need to be a threshold established whereby in terms of wastewater, you can have only X houses, but no more until these upgrades are provided, a new pump station or a new rising main or whatever?
Yes, that's right. So until certain upgrades are completed, only so many houses would be able to connect. That can also be managed through a pressure sewer system, which would have a lower demand on the.
So the obvious next question is how many houses?
Yeah, that's a good question that would need to be looked at. With the information that we've received through previous plan for previous plan changes, indicated that we'd be able to have 400 houses from the Birches Village area go into the pump station at the moment, with the upgrades that were proposed with the other two plan changes, 72 and 68.
Thanks. Just to be clear what you said then. So plan changes 68 and 72 are required to undertake upgrades, and if those upgrades are finished, then from this development there could be 400 additional houses before there'd need to be a further major upgrade. Is that more or less that?
Yeah, that's correct. But the upgrades, they don't necessarily have to be completed by those plan changes. They'd be constructed so as needed. So for instance, if the development for Birches Village went ahead first, then we'd be doing those upgrades and using those capacities. It's the capacities used up on a first come first served basis.
So those necessary upgrades were identified through the PC 68 and 72 process, but it doesn't necessarily need to occur as a result of those developments. This development could trigger them, is it? Yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay. And that would be a cost to the developer, or?
With the transmission networks, it does tend to be a cost sharing arrangement between the developer and the council if it does serve a wider purpose. Yeah.
All right, thank you. Any further questions arising? Oh, Right, thanks. We could have the next witness now. What I'm going to suggest we do is we just rock on to 12:30 and see
Yeah,
where
we'll
we
try
get
and
to.
whiz through
There's
the
no
matters.
rush. We got all afternoon,
Can I
so
Can I just confirm with the panel that, would you have any questions for Miss Connie Kramer, social assessment? I was anticipating that you wouldn't. I've made her
I
available.
don't.
to
Do
him.
you, Ramon? Do you, Lindsay? No, we don't.
No.
Do not.
So I won't. Yeah. If we can turn now, we might have Mr. Everest and Mr. Mathmo up for versatile soils and the farm consultant. I might put you guys up together if that's easier in terms of questions. Kick off with just the points in terms of Mr. Fraser and then just keys.
Yeah, do either of you wish to summarise any matters for us or respond to matters that have arisen before we go to questions?
I think my original summary is pretty clear. Just one main point of correction that I understand came up yesterday and also came up at the hearing for PC 79. It's in regards to the LUC classes of the soils. So in my assessment, I had the subclasses as wet for the site. I realized that the existing mapping shows the subclasses to be different. The reason for that is based on the actual site observations. So on site, there are some parts that experience some degree of wetness. And so in my assessment, I made sure that I highlighted that part. I would also like to point out that the existing mapping for the LUC classes is based on broad or high level data. And that's why the NPS talks about the regional councils undertaking more detailed mapping in future. It's my expectation that the boundaries that are shown on the existing mapping might change. They are not absolute, and will probably take into account some of those site observations, hence that subclass of soil wetness. Having adopted that subclass, I think in my evidence, I went on to talk about wetness as a constraint to future productivity. And I'm still of the opinion that it's going to be an issue in some parts of the site, as observed by the applicant and some of the neighbors. It might not be an issue on all of the site, but on some parts of the site. So probably the only thing that I would want to clarify in my evidence is where I use the word significant wetting, implying wetting across the whole site. There's going to be some wetting on parts of the site, not significant wetting on the whole site. That's probably the main clarification that I wanted to bring forward. But I'm happy to answer any questions relating to that or any other aspect of my evidence.
Thank you. And Mr. Everest, did you want to summarize anything?
There's some stuff that is now the suitable time. Would you rather respond after Mr.
I'm going to deal with them one by one or collect them? One by one or collect? One by one. So we'll see if we have questions for Mr. Mathamo first. Lindsay?
Yeah, just one. You talked about the land use classifications at the moment in terms of 1, 2, and 3.
Yeah.
It's broad, high level data, and after some investigation, that will get refined.
That's correct.
In terms of your involvement in soil science and the soil industry, would you expect that all of the Birches village land would still be within LUC 1, 2, or 3?
I expect it to still be within 1, 2, and or 3. One of the recommendations that I made with the applicant earlier on in the process was at this stage is probably not worth doing a detailed assessment of the LUC classes because you're still going to be 1, 2, or 3. And so under the NPS, the soil will still be HPL.
Okay, thank you. And we had yesterday reasonably comprehensive submissions and evidence from Mr. Fraser, who comes from a background where he has some familiarity in the issues here, and he took quite a few issues with some of the statements that you were making, particularly in relation to the original land use classifications that were done pre, the 70s and 80s, which was where they were done originally, and particularly in relation to subcategories as well. Did you have any comment on? I don't know whether you heard what Mr. Fraser had said or had seen what he prepared to us in written form.
I got sent his submission this morning, so I actually had a look at it on my phone as I was sitting there.
Got any comment?
The main comment really is that that clarification that I made at the start with regards to the degree of wetness. And I think in my mind, agree to disagree at the PC 79 hearing. And it's still my opinion that agree to disagree because there's going to be a lot more areas of wetness than what he assumed. And so in the end, I think regardless, the soils are going to be 1, 2, or 3. So the discussion is probably moot in many ways, except as regards to the productivity of the land.
Thank you.
I have no questions of clarification for Mr. Mafama. I simply noted in a previous hearing, he's told us he was very disappointed with the NPS HPL and was opposed to it in principle. So there's nothing I wish to put to him by way of question.
Probably more so now as we have gone through more of these hearings, just the different interpretations and the fact that it does ignore, say for plan changes, it almost ignores existing site constraints, which I've tried to provide, at least to provide an understanding that they are still a consideration, even for plan changes as they are for subdivisions.
Some opening comments, please, if it's all right. So I just try and very succinctly summarise my evidence that I agree that the soils are capable of highly productive land-based producing activities, provided they're unconstrained. The challenge I have with the site is it's reasonably constrained on a number of fronts. The primary challenges associated with the site are the fact that it's constrained of water and it's constrained of a nutrient discharge allocation. And I understand what Mr. Fraser's saying in his submission, that if a land holding is under 10 hectares, it's not subject to nutrient management, which is correct from a legal planning framework perspective. But if we consider the purpose of having the nutrient discharge allocations in the catchment, it's for the purposes of managing the quality of the receiving environment. And if we continue to enable unregulated lots of land to continue to intensify and develop, we inadvertently undermine the purpose of having that planning framework in place to start with. So and to be able to proceed and increase the productivity to a level which I would consider highly productive, we need an additional allocation of nutrient and of irrigation water. The land falls outside the Central Plains catchment, so isn't able to obtain water from that scheme, and the scheme has no intention of coming this side of the main road. And from a groundwater perspective, there is some water available on the site, but it's, as previously pointed out, only adequate for 1.9 hectares worth. Any additional water would need to come from a groundwater transfer from within the catchment. And while that seems like it could be something that is plausible and we've undertaken in the past, we've now got additional constraints, particularly with the introduction of Te Mana o Te Wai, which requires us to place an absolute heightened importance on the health and the well-being of the water body. And the water quality of our catchment and the water quantity in the catchment are both deemed, for all intents and purposes, to be over-allocated. And when we look at the scientific data that we're seeing in Ellesmere and the lowland drains and streams, we're well and truly ahead of where we need to be to achieve water quality outcomes that have been set. So I can't see for the foreseeable future that we would be expecting that the land within the Plan Change 79 site would be granted water or nutrient allocations to be able to undertake highly productive land-based activities. And let's just say, for argument's sake, that the land holdings at under 10 hectares fall outside the monitoring framework and they do go and intensify and they manage to scavenge some water from somewhere. That doesn't increase the productivity of the catchment, because our catchment nutrient and water loads have been assessed based on the receiving environment. If we poke more losses and take more water out of one part of the catchment, or put it in at one side of the catchment, we have to take it away from another operator somewhere else. So we only rob Peter to pay Paul, in inverted commas, and we don't see that for some time because those small lots are under-regulated. When we finally see that we haven't achieved our water quality outcomes that the community's aspired for, we end up with tighter constrictions on what we can do top down. And that then constrains the productivity of the other land holdings, which are currently regulated. So while I agree that with water, the land is highly capable, we're quite seriously constrained with the resources that are currently available. And I don't think it can be for the foreseeable future capable of highly productive uses.
Thank you. Just before we ask you our questions, it's only fair to let you know that Commissioner Solomon and I were appointed by the Canterbury Regional Council to be hearing commissioners on the Selwyn Tiwai Hora variation to the Canterbury Land and Water Plan. So we're highly familiar with the issues that you raise. I've also been appointed as a freshwater commissioner by Minister Parker. So also familiar with the issues that you raise at a national level. I think it's important you understand that. We'll see if we have any questions for you, Raymond.
One, morning, Mr. Everest, but might be afternoon now. Your paragraph 69 talk about constraints such as water bodies and ecosystems, and you've also said now Te Mana o Te Wai. Not sure if I would describe them as a constraint, but do you think the type of farming that is so reliant on irrigation is resilient farming?
We can have resilient dryland farms, but they're typically not highly productive. When we're looking for high levels of productivity, we require certainty to add to the system or fuel the system in a way that enables it to be highly productive. And if we don't have the certainty of that reliable growth, be it for an animal or providing food for an animal, or be it for a crop, then to be economically viable, we're forced to a position of a more conservative farm program to ensure that both the health and well-being of the crop or the animal are provided for, but also the health and the well-being of the profitability of the entity, because the businesses are there to make a profit.
So you don't see it as a lack of farm innovation or irrigation technology, for instance?
Not at this stage. We've got some really good technology and tools available at the moment. We've got some really good emerging research around nutrient management, tools, techniques, matching what's required with agronomic challenges. We've got some really cool mitigation tools, pasture species, in the mix. They're already existing and just finding out what they can do for us. And we've got some really fantastic irrigation management technology where you don't know what you don't know, right? So I can't really answer what I can't see, but we've got some pretty awesome stuff out there at the moment that we can utilize. And I've tried to assess some absolute upper level management stuff when I've prepared this appraisal to try and take a more conservative approach rather than try and suppress possibilities.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, just one, and I obviously don't have the local experience or the freshwater experience that my fellow commissioners do have, but if you look at the site here and other sites in the general vicinity, is it fair to say that because of lack of water, because of lack of allocation for nutrient management, that the problems with this site would also apply to a lot of other sites in the general vicinity? So you could therefore never intensify in terms of making those other sites highly productive because the similar circumstances might apply to those other sites in the general vicinity?
Yep, that absolutely applies. This one is also somewhat unique in the sense of the size of the individual land holdings. I know we can't look at that in its sole right with respect to HPL, but it does lead to some further constraints around and induce further constraints around what it's inclined to do. So we get into smaller land holdings, and while if we could have some of these resources made available, because they are small, if they run on their own, they become so challenging, so need to be so finely tuned that we have one animal too many or not enough in a system, or we have one fraction, 10 kilos of product too much or not enough if we're speaking about fertilizer or seed, and we can really undo the system one way or another. The scale's not sufficient to give a little bit of wriggle room, if you like, or dilution and buffering effect. It's just so finely tuned because our units of shift are so big relative to our total operating unit. And yep, we could definitely lease, operators could lease and work together, but that also depends on a wee bit why the residents reside on those blocks of land in the first place. Are they there for primary producing purposes, or are they there primarily for residential purposes to have a horse and a pig and a donkey and stuff floating around? So two different parts. I suppose the soil is capable of doing it, but because of the historic planning framework that's permitted this aggregation, as well as all of the other things I've talked about, is it actually probably going to be capable of doing it given the current and foreseeable management constraints associated with that, given that residential dwellings have been built on these blocks of land now, and they have a significant permanence to them unless we get an earthquake or a fire.
So you're saying the fragmentation of land in the general area means that they're so constrained that they can never be highly productive.
It's an additional contributing factor. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Everest, I'll just take you to your paragraph 17. And the concern I have with your evidence is that I think you've applied, and I'm willing for you to persuade me otherwise, the wrong statutory test to your assessment. You in your paragraph 17 say you do not consider the site as capable of highly productive land-based primary production. My understanding of the MPS HPL is that it simply refers to land-based primary production. Nowhere in their MPS does it say that that land-based primary production needs to be highly productive. It merely refers to primary production. Your evidence is all cast in the context of the land not being suitable for highly productive land-based primary production. If you go to the MPS objective 2.1, case in point, highly productive land is protected for use in land-based primary production. It does not say highly productive land-based primary production. So therefore questioning the value of your evidence.
If I may.
Now, you
add
may
some-
not, Mr. Mathama.
Sorry.
I draw from 2.2 policy 1, highly productive land.
Yes, highly productive land is different than highly productive primary production, isn't it? One is the land and one is how the land is used in terms of primary production. I think you've conflated the two.
Possibly.
Possibly.
I draw the two together. If we have highly productive land, I would deem it as highly productive land if it's capable of highly productive uses. And if it's not capable of highly productive uses, I wouldn't define it as highly productive land. Just why I'd say the soils are of a high quality, but if they are not free of constraints on all fronts, they're not highly productive soils. They're not capable of highly productivity.
Your paragraph, did we get the right ones? Thinking about the land use primary productive activities that might be undertaken on this land. What in your experience does a typical dry land, non-irrigated sheep farm leach in terms of nitrogen kilograms per hectare per year? Typically.
Between, on the soil types that we're looking at, dry land, we would be somewhere between 8 and 15 kilos.
Yeah, that accords with my understanding. So to your paragraph 31, you say the relatively low nitrogen loss baseline of 7 kgs nitrogen per hectare per year limits the productive activities that might be undertaken on the site. I just wonder if that's quite correct, though. Just wait for the question. My understanding of the Canterbury Land and Water Plan, Rule 11.5.6, is that a lot under 10 hectares in size can have a nitrogen loss calculation of up to 15 kilograms per hectare per year, which you've just told us is ample for a typical dryland sheep operation.
Yes, that's right.
Okay. All right, thank you, Mr. Everest. No further questions from me.
Yeah, I think all. Yeah, I mean, we've got Miss Alford from planning perspective and Mr. Geddes for a short minute, but you'll need to hear from the reporting officer as well. So. I thought we can manage 45 minutes. Can we go? Yeah. Let's do that. No, 45 minutes will be fine. Yeah. Okay, no, thank you. Perfect. Thank you.
you to cease your conversations. We're going to recommence the hearing. And Council, back to you. Who are we up to? Is it Mr. Giddies or?
Yeah, we're up to Mr. Giddies, sir, and yesterday, Mr. Fraser raised a number of landowners and what was being done on their land. And I know that they're not part of our case, but Mr. Sutton and Mr. Broadway, who are landowners of Plan Change 79, who was referred to by Mr. Fraser yesterday, are here and available to answer any questions. But otherwise, I've asked Mr. Geddes simply to talk through his process of how that information went into the social impact assessment.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Just in light of yesterday's comments around how did we get to the answers around what was being done on the land, obviously we can all look over each other's fences and we can see what happens on the land. But I engaged with each of the property owners of obviously what we have been doing anyway, as we've been going through with Ngāi Tahu property to accumulate the land for this process. But what we did, for the social impacts assessment, we asked each landowner if they could provide us with an email in order to outline what they did on their land. And I've got all the emails here, which we used for the impact assessment. Happy to forward them through, can summarize them as we go through each one now, or
You just leave that with us.
Yep.
Then we can go through that. That'll be helpful.
cool. And then obviously I gave mine, so I don't have an email to myself, but I can give that to you as well if need be.
That'd be helpful. Thank you.
Yeah.
Just address it at a high level.
Yeah, so I could just address them at a high level from my own point of view of what we did on our land. We bought it back in 2016, I think we contracted it, and we were planning on building a house on the site. Just my daughter's rode ponies, and we have horses. I play polo as well myself, and so we lived in a little cottage there, ready to build effectively our home on that land. As time went on, my wife got sick, so we ended up moving off the site anyway. But we have never had any productive. I've never made $1 off the land. Some years it would grow some grass, and Mr. Broadway would cut the grass for hay on those years, or my brother is a farmer, so he would come and get the grass off us. But I could never get a contractor. I mean, I tried many of the contractors around to come and actually want to spend time on our small blocks to actually cut the hay. That being at certain times of the year, if you have a little bit more rainfall than you might have in other seasons, you might grow a little bit more grass. For instance, this year has been a little bit more rainfall, of which Mr. Broadway has currently got some sheep on my 3 10-acre lots. So I've got 3 10-acre lots in a row, and it all works out to be pretty much if you have 20 to 30 sheep on a 10-acre block, you could do that. And Mr. Broadway can talk about this. In order to make any money off that, you can't. And then if you were actually trying to rely on any of it and you actually need a water pool, good luck. So that's kind of where we got to with our block. We went through, obviously the park came along as it's been delivered. So hence where we are today and have been in the process for the last 3 years.
Okay, thank you. See if we have questions now. Did you want to say anything else?
No. If you want to take these, that's fine. And then you've heard about ours as well. So
yeah, no, that's helpful.
Yeah.
When you provide those emails, it'd be helpful if you would number each one and then maybe just print off a copy of the aerial photo of the site and then number the blocks so we can, as we read each email, we can see which one it refers to.
Not a problem. Yeah.
I mean, we could probably, if they all have their street numbers on them, we could probably do that ourselves. But if you do it, then
I can do that, and then pretty much underlying is everyone's using them for their residential houses is pretty much the underlying.
All right, Raymond, any questions, Mr. Geddes?
Thank you.
Me neither. All clear.
See? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Geddes. And last but not least is Ms. Alford, who is a planner. So, yeah.
Just a minute. Just want to open up your evidence.
Thank you. I'd just like to go through some key points, if I may. So the subject site has recently been through the hearing process for PC 79, which I'm sure you're aware is now closed. The outline development plan, which was Ms. Lowenstein talked to, was developed as part of that process and is likewise sought to be included as part of the Variation 1 process. The underpinning values of the ODP have been discussed in full in the evidence of Ms. Lowenstein, and the benefits to Te Ruranga o Ngāi Tahu identified in the evidence of Mr. Christie. I would also add that as a result of some of the conversations today, the PC 79 application was provided to MKT a couple of times prior to it being submitted to council and as part of the notification process, and we did not receive any feedback.
So I didn't hear what you said. You speak quite softly. Who was it provided to?
Sorry, to MKT. And they didn't, we didn't receive a submission on the public notification either. Since lodging the Variation 1 submission, the Council Reserve, as we've heard, has progressed in its development, now called Kakaha Park, a functional park. People come to play sports, recreate, cycle, and ongoing works along Birches Road, as we've heard about today. And as Lisa mentioned, the speed limit has been changed, is intended to be changed to a 60k zone out to Ledley's Road. The built form of the car park, of the park, includes car parking and lighting and a couple of buildings, toilet blocks and changing rooms, etc. This gives the road frontage a more urban look and feel as opposed to the previous sort of rural feel to the site. The outline development plan and narrative has been provided and predominantly consists of the MRZ medium density zoning with the neighbourhood centre zone for the commercial component, which is a zone that is proposed in the proposed cell and district plan. So no new zones required. The proposed neighbourhood centre zone is approximately 2,500 square metres in land area and located opposite the Kakaha Park car park. This is intended to sort of provide connectivity and a bit of a buffer between that use. The commercial area provides for small scale commercial use, and that is covered by the neighbourhood centre zoning. It has restrictions on the maximum size, and it specifically states small scale commercial use for neighbourhood needs. I consider the design layout of the ODP to be appropriate, providing opportunities for connectivity to the township, Kakaha Park, and providing for local daily needs within the site. This will result in a well-integrated and coordinated development and fit within the intent of the medium density zoning sought by Variation 1. The proposed ODP will require insertion into the development areas chapter of the proposed cell and district plan, and consequential amendments will be required to the PSDP to enable reference to the ODP. These have been detailed in my evidence in chief. With the exception of the threshold limits that were agreed through the PC 79 with respect to transport, which Lisa alluded to earlier. I neglected to add those in at the end, but the intention is that those same thresholds would apply. One of the key issues of the proposed rezoning of what is proposed to be general rural and the proposed district plan to urban densities under the Variation 1 is the potential loss of productive land. This has been considered in the evidence of Mr. Mathnamo relating to versatile soils, Mr. Everest relating to potential productive potential of land, and Mr. Colgrave relating to comparative economic costs and benefits of rural use versus residential use, and Ms. Conogramma in relation to the social impacts of the loss of productive soil, loss of productive land. Based on the evidence from these experts, the land contained within the site has limited actual productive value at present due to its fragmented ownership, and in the future due to limitations around access to water and nutrient restrictions, over allocation for the most part. Based on the evidence provided by Mr. Mathama, Mr. Fraser, Mr. Colgrave, and Ms. Conogramma, I've concluded the site represents a loss of rural zoned land with limited productive capacity, and the highest and best use of the land economically and socially is the conversion to residential. And this relates to the MPS HBL policy 3.6 and the tests and clauses there specifically to AC, where rezoning highly productive land that has relatively lower productive capacity can be considered. As we've heard, Prebbleton is constrained in growth by a potential number of physical factors. These include the Christchurch Southern Motorway to the north, power transmission lines around the eastern edge, and increased flood risk further to the east. Shands Road to the west of the township forms a logical township extent with additional transmission lines and eventually State Highway 1 further west. And Ms. Lowenstein touched on some of these aspects in her evidence. After hearing Mr. Nicholson this afternoon, it would appear he sort of accepts that the location is potentially a timing issue rather than a fundamental flaw to enable its future use. The creation of Kakaha Park, south of Hamptons Road and east of Birches Road, in my opinion, brings the urban form of Prebbleton Township south to Ledleys Road, opposite the site. Large green spaces can be a central feature around which urban spaces can grow to encompass, providing for greater utilisation of the open space resource. And we've heard this from the urban designers this morning. In my opinion, Kakaha Park functions in an urban manner along the Birches Road frontage between Hamptons and Ledleys Road, particularly due to the reduced speed limit and the physical built form features, such as the curb and channel, as Lisa mentioned, the car park, toilets, playground, lights, those sort of features you would expect to see in an urban area. While the edge of the proposed ODP joining the existing urban extent of the Prebbleton Township is the shortest edge due to the shape, given the constraints identified to the future expansion of Prebbleton in any other compass direction, a move south is logical. I consider the southern boundary of Prebbleton urban form has moved past the historical edge created at Hamptons Road due to the presence of the park, which now essentially extends those township boundaries beyond those anticipated by any of the existing planning framework. Mr. Colgrave's evidence has critically examined the Selwyn growth model, which underpins the demand estimates for Prebbleton. There are elements of the model of itself which are being called into question, and Mr. Colgrave has provided an alternative estimate. Mr. Colgrave's estimate of demand is around 1,200 to 1,500 additional dwellings over the next 10 years, this being the short to medium term. Noting if there is a boost in the number of sections, there will also be a spike in demand, which he spoke to a little bit in his presentation today. Further to this, Mr. Colgrave estimates supply at around 1,000 dwellings, leading to a short, medium-term shortfall of between 255 to 569 houses. Based on Mr. Colgrave's evidence, there is demand for additional housing in Prebbleton and a need to ensure future residential zoning is provided for, in this case, MRZ. Based on the evidence of Ms. Williams with respect to transport, the proposed ODP provides an appropriate design, allowing for safe and efficient use and integration with the surrounding transport network. This includes providing for and supporting a mode shift away from single occupancy vehicles to public transport and pedestrian cycle infrastructure. The ODP narrative and amendments to the rules proposed will ensure appropriate upgrades take place prior to or concurrent with anticipated demand of the subdivision of the site. Mr. Marshall spoke about regarding infrastructure, and as he suggested, these infrastructure for the provision of water supply and wastewater and stormwater disposal have been addressed, and these are allocated on a first come, first served basis. Having said that, at the time subdivision is sought, all of those things are assessed, and you have to provide evidence that you actually can connect to provide those services. So whether there is capacity now or in the future, it can be provided, and those triggers exist within the subdivision framework as to what you would have to assess at the time of subdivision. Options for the adequate provision of all required services have been made, and the issue of conveyance to the Pines wastewater treatment has been addressed through the PC 79 process, and I would expect any trigger rules or anything similar like that would be transferred through this process as well. Geotechnical considerations, flood risk and land contamination have been addressed through the PC 79 process, and the site is considered acceptable with respect to these matters. As originally notified, the proposed Selwyn District Plan seeks to provide for general rural zoning and the specific control area rural density 1 overlay across the application site, which essentially allows for development of 1 dwelling per 4 hectares, which is sort of the reflective of the current use at the moment. An assessment of variation 1 proposed objectives and policies is provided in appendix 1 of my evidence. Generally, the application site and the outcomes sought by the proposed ODP are consistent with the intent of the updates to the urban growth and strategic directions and the medium density residential zoning objectives and policies. To align with what is sought in PC 79, it is proposed to include the application site as part of variation 1 and apply the MRZ rather than the general rural zone. The rezoning of the site to MRZ and neighbourhood centre would be consistent with the rezoning sought under PC 79. Based on the proposed MRZ zoning, the application site has a theoretical enabled capacity of 856 allotments, based on a minimum allotment size of 400 square metres. This could result in a total of 2,500 residential units, or 3 times the number of residential sections. In reality, this scenario is unlikely to eventuate, as it assumes every site will contain 3 units. Consideration of the effect of these provisions on infrastructure, including 3 waters, roading and connectivity routes, and recreational spaces, have been made throughout the evidence of our experts. The ODP is designed to achieve a minimum of 15 households per hectare, anticipated by the Canterbury Regional Policy Statement, and enables further intensification as required by the NPSUD, with appropriate triggers for critical infrastructure provision and, where required, upgrades. As part of my evidence to the proposed Selwyn District Plan, I completed an assessment against the relevant amended urban growth policies and the Greenfield framework, and have concluded the proposal is able to achieve the anticipated outcomes. The NPSUD, scratch that part. I've provided an assessment of the relevant provisions of the NPSUD and concluded the proposal can meet the requirements of a well-functioning urban environment as specifically prescribed in the NPSUD. Objective SDUFD 01 of variation 1 includes the term well-functioning urban environment, the criteria of which can be met by the application site and the proposed ODP. With respect to the NPS HPL, highly productive land, legal submissions have been provided as to why this should not apply in this case. Assessment has also been provided as to how the application site can meet the prescriptive requirements of the NPS HPL to allow rezoning in my evidence in chief. Based on the expert evidence provided to support PC 79, an assessment of the criteria of clause 361 through 3 of the MPS HPL, I consider the application meets the necessary requirements and may be rezoned MRZ through variation 1. A section 32 analysis has been provided in my evidence in chief. The proposed ODP provides appropriate consideration and enablement of cultural outcomes and connectivity with the surrounding transport network, as well as bringing Kakaha Park into the township. This is considered the most efficient and effective way to achieve the objectives identified and the purpose of the Act overall. The low productive capacity of the PC 79 site is not likely to change, despite its designation as highly productive land under the MPS HPL due to the constraints identified. Therefore, the most efficient and effective use of the application site is the conversion to residential with small scale supporting commercial, utilizing the proposed ODP and associated narrative, including the additional rules put forward. Based on the evidence provided, I consider the application site has limited productive capacity and is therefore a loss of rural zone land with lower productive capacity. Given the evidence of Mr. Colgrave, there is and will continue to be a demand for housing in Prebbleton and a current short to medium term shortfall of 255 to 569 dwellings. The specific elements identified for a well-functioning urban environment, as referred to in Objective SD UFD 01 of Variation 1, have been identified and discussed throughout the evidence of the various experts. In my opinion, the critical elements of meeting the needs in terms of housing diversity, type, price, and location, enabling Maori to express traditions and norms, a commercial component to enable a variety of sites suitable for business sectors, good accessibility between housing, jobs, community services, natural and open spaces, including by way of public or active transport, supporting a competitive land development market, support a reduction of greenhouse gas emissions, and resilience to current and future effects of climate change are met. The risk of natural hazards to the site is low and flood hazard risk can be adequately mitigated. Servicing can be provided to the site, subject to any further infrastructure upgrades being identified at the time of subdivision. And the transport network can accommodate the demand, although again, with some upgrades provided in the wording of the ODP. Reverse sensitivity effects with adjoining rural uses can be mitigated by a combination of appropriate edge treatment, as has been commonly used in other rural urban interfaces throughout the district. The details of this, again, can be determined at the time of subdivision, although the ODP narrative has also provided standards for this. The evidence provided in support of the rezoning demonstrates the site is uniquely positioned to connect to Kakaha Park and expand the urban form of the Prebbleton Township in a direction free of constraints. The ODP demonstrates connectivity between the existing township and within the site via a multimodal network. A neighbourhood centre is proposed within the ODP to meet the local needs of residents without competing with the Prebbleton village. For the reasons set out in my evidence, I consider the proposed rezoning meets the necessary threshold of the RMA and the policy framework supporting this legislation to enable the rezoning to MRZ and neighbourhood centre as proposed. I consider the MRZ and neighbourhood centre zoning is more appropriate than the proposed general rural zoning and represents the highest and best use of the land resource.
Thank you. You were reading from a document then, weren't you? That wasn't your pre-circulated evidence, was it?
No, it was only taken from my evidence. I just
But it's
summarised.
a separate summary document, isn't it? So there's no criticism, so we
mine
don't
is.
have that. So if you could
Oh,
provide that
yeah,
to
happy
us,
to. Well, I kind of scribbled over.
I'm sure you can generate a clean
Yep.
copy and email
Absolutely.
it to our hearing secretary. It'd be helpful. Thank you. Shall we see if we have questions for you?
Absolutely.
Yep, Raymond?
Yes.
I heard what you said about contacting MK Tech twice and not getting any reply. Despite that, the you do an assessment of a relevant IMP?
Yes, yes, that was provided in the original application.
Oh, was that for PC 79?
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
we didn't get PC 79.
Oh, right.
So it would be helpful if we could have a look at that assessment.
Yes.
Could I clarify how you may have missed that is because our submission refers to the links. It
To
includes
those.
all the links as opposed to attaching it for the convenience of the council. But I did notice when the officers' report summarised, they didn't actually refer to a lot of that evidence, but they've assessed it. So we can make sure
We can provide that.
yeah, that's provided.
Thank you very much for your evidence. A lot of it is relying on other experts, and I'm interested in your comment, which I don't think was in your evidence, about where Mr. Nicholson's conclusions, and that was more of a timing issue. Can you just?
Yeah, so that was based on his comments today.
Yes.
And I'm kind of with any new urban area, it is a matter of timing, unless we are going to draw a line around all of our settlements and say there is no further expansion. It's only a matter of timing as to when areas expand.
That wasn't my understanding of what Mr. Nicholson said when the chair asked him a direct question about whether this site would contribute to a well-functioning urban environment. So that's my recollection of what he said.
Yeah. So I guess generally speaking, what Alex has got here in the notes is I accept that I envisage a time in the future when other opportunities are taken up and there is no land, and it may be an appropriate location for future growth. So I guess I was just trying to draw attention that it might be a matter of timing rather than the appropriateness of the location.
Yeah. But in 2023, with the planning framework we have in place, there wasn't his conclusion. Okay. I don't have any other questions. It's been a very comprehensive piece of evidence, and a lot of work's gone into the ODP. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
Just a couple of points from me. So the ODP that's been presented at the tail end of Ms. Launstein's evidence, is that exactly the same ODP that's featuring in what will be Commissioner Thomas's eventual decision either way on, so the same ODP?
Yes, that is the updated ODP that was submitted as part of our right of reply.
Yep.
And the same narrative, just for clarification.
You talked about the need to update the ODP narrative that you've developed to date to include the conditions precedent relating to transport and the various thresholds.
Yes.
I asked the infrastructure witness whether or not such a similar approach should be or could be taken with regard to wastewater, and I think he indicated that, well, that was an option. So have you given that any thought, a similar condition precedent regarding to wastewater and how that would be worded?
Not specifically. Thresholds are all well and good. The fact is, at the time of subdivision, you have to assess that based on what's available at the time. So because it's allocated on your first come, first served, at the time of subdivision, you have to assess whether that capacity is available and whether there are any upgrades required. So even though it's not specified in the narrative, we've got general wording that says at the time of subdivision, you must prove that you have this capacity and identify any upgrades required. So it can absolutely be specifically set as a trigger.
Can I just speak to the client about them? They have no issues with the trigger being included if that was considered appropriate.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
It'd be helpful for you to give some consideration to some wording for that.
Sure.
And I've said this to other submitters where the panel, not necessarily the same panel, but a panel for the variation one is grappling with what the subdivision provisions can or cannot say.
Yeah.
There is legal argument that the subdivision consent application within MRZ can never be any more than a controlled activity. So it can't default to something else if a threshold's not met unless it's a qualifying matter. So when you're developing some wording for inclusion in the ODP, just bear that in mind. I think that's all. Yeah, but we look forward to getting that written summary that you read out loud to us. That'll be good.
Certainly.
Commissioner, if I may, there's just a clarification too. I was of the misunderstanding when I introduced myself up front that the comments from Ms. Williams were in the collated bundle, but it sounds like they're not. So I just want to clarify that your understanding was actually correct, and that we can make sure that's put together as part of it.
No, that's all right.
Yeah.
All right. Is there anything that you'd like to say by way of closing?
I just have one other matter arising in terms of your comments made on highly productive land. So in terms of where Mr. Everest gave evidence for us, we were looking at the requirements for the rezoning under the policy and HPR. I mean, obviously the first point I've made in legal submissions is I don't think it's appropriate, it doesn't apply. But if you were to consider that it would, the guidance provides in my position as well is that policy 5 is the relevant policy in the sense that the urban rezoning of highly productive land is avoided except as provided in clause 3.6. So the guidance gives that. And then in terms of 3.6, the wording there is quite specific in terms of focusing on that development and development capacity under 3.61. And it's only when you get to see that it uses the words loss of highly productive land for land-based primary production, but that's in the terms of economic costs. So that's when we're balancing benefits and costs. And then what Mr. Everest also did for us was address 2C, which is where you're looking at that highly productive land that has a relatively lower productive capacity. So we'd asked him to compare the different levels of productivity as what you might get on this site versus another site, with reference to the definition of that productive capacity, which talks about supporting land base for primary production, which has an economic element to it. So I would acknowledge that the way he presented those words was a bit looser in that sense, but that was the purpose of his brief, was for the clause 3.6 in particular.
All right, thank you for that. Anything else?
No, I just want to say thank you to all of you and to the administration. I realise this has been a fairly prolonged process, and you were probably hoping to be out of here by 10:30 as we planned, and I apologise for that.
10:30?
Yeah.
No, that was never going to happen. All right. All right, thank you very much. Now, Ms. Carruthers, I did indicate to you that I'd like you to tell us whether or not you've amended your recommendation, and if you have, why, and if you haven't, why not. Do you need any time to prepare before you respond to that?
Perhaps it might be useful if you did your questions for Mr. Blake Manson first.
Okay, and that'll give you some time to
And
gather your thoughts. All right.
But just in direct relation to the Birches Village submission, you did ask earlier for me to confirm whether the council's transport position was the same as Ms. Williams, and I can confirm that yes, that's true.
Okay, so Ms. Williams and Mr. Collins are agreed on those conditions precedent.
The conditions precedent
Yeah.
are in paragraph 11 of Ms. Williams' evidence.
Yep. Okay. So Mr. Blake Manson, thanks for coming in. Just relates to an issue that was raised yesterday in relation to, which one was it? The Burgess, Gary and Linda Burgess submissions. So Lindsay, you had some questions.
Well, it's only really one question. Mr. Thompson's evidence took some issue with the conclusions of Ms. Carruthers based upon your advice that the site is not infrastructure ready. And I wonder whether you'd had a look, and then any post you writing your written advice to Ms. Carruthers, whether you've had any discussions or whether your conclusions in relation to Mr. Thompson's evidence may have changed.
Thank you. So the site is not infrastructure ready. It's if these are reasonable tests, it's not included in the 10-year council LTP at this point. It's there are no services near or adjacent to the property for wastewater in particular, and it's not considered in the 30-year strategy again at this point.
I think Mr. Thompson had some issues with that conclusion about it being infrastructure ready, and that by the time of subdivision, it may well be able to be infrastructure ready, subject to things being implemented. He also, I think, had some issues with the extent of the modelling that was done, and the fact that the site wasn't included in the modelling.
Okay, I think there's two questions
Yeah,
there.
there's two questions. Yes.
Yeah, okay, maybe I'll talk to the second question
Yes.
first. Okay, so this, again, we're talking about Burgess, aren't we?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So it sits outside what I understand is sits in a growth area, and therefore the modelling has not and still has not accounted for that site. It's not saying that anything couldn't change, but it has not, because council's concentrated its modelling on areas that it's owned or and is looked at as about to complete its modelling on the 15 households per hectare, but it simply hasn't included it in its modelling. Whether it should or not, I'm sure you could have a response on that, but nonetheless, it has not because of its, I'll call it zoning as to date.
Yeah, I think Mr. Thompson's view was that if you were to rerun the model with it included, probably won't make all that much difference. But that would need to be confirmed after the model was rerun.
So depending on what density it is arrived at, has a significant bearing on whether or not it makes a difference. So if I were to hypothesize that it was in the hundreds, it would certainly make a difference because of the density changes. The early information I'm seeing is that any allowance that we'd had for across the existing areas and including infill would take up all capacity. So again, I've got to be cautious here, depending on what the density might or might not be for this lot. It would make a significant difference. And council's philosophy has always been about first served and using infill, in other words, efficient infrastructure.
And the same points apply to the site we've been talking about this morning.
Yeah, correct.
And I had a first part of a question as well, but I can't recall what it was. It's been a long day.
Maybe was it, sorry, just to prompt you, apologies, was it about infrastructure ready? Not sure.
No, it probably doesn't matter.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
What's your view on the matter that's been discussed about having within the ODP, or perhaps by way of rule, some form of condition precedent such that development couldn't occur at all or beyond a certain threshold until wastewater infrastructural issues are sorted out? Do you have a view on the utility of that approach?
Support it.
Sorry?
Support it.
Okay. Are you aware of any examples of where that approach has been taken and wording has been developed?
No, I'm not offhand, sorry, but I'm sure we both could find them.
That's right. Right, Raymond, anything that you'd like to ask? Anything else, Lindsay?
No.
All right, thanks very much. It's helpful.
Let's crack on.
For the benefit of anyone who's watching, what I've asked Ms. Carruthers to do now is to just respond to Birches Village Limited submission and let us know if she's got any updates to make to her original recommendations to us, and if so, why? And if not, why not?
In relation to Birches Village, I note that Mr. Nicholson still reached the conclusion that at this time that land would not result in a well-functioning urban environment. And so therefore I haven't changed my position on that. Looking at the infrastructure side of things, I support the concept of a condition precedent if we can figure something out. my concern is that the upgrades required at the minute, as was noted in my evidence, you're looking at 2063, which is so far outside the life of the district of this district plan as to be not particularly helpful. For wastewater, yeah.
In terms of the condition precedent approach for transport, are you more comfortable with that? Actually,
Absolutely. Those upgrades have been identified and programmed
within the next 2 or 3 years,
and,
most of
yeah,
them.
and as the various witnesses have pointed out, it's not a case of whether they're going to happen, it's a when they're going to happen, and they are in the long-term plan. So that, yeah, we're talking a couple of 3 years maybe.
Yeah. Okay. Right. Anything else?
Hasn't been raised in hearing, but the evidence provided in relation to, and I'm sorry if I forget the submitted names, but the land subject to PC 68 and PC 72, where they're talking about the difference between 12 households per hectare and 15 households per hectare. I've been advised that the servicing modelling that was done was based on that land being developed at 15 households per hectare, and so still can be serviced.
Okay. Okay.
And that would be all, unless you've got anything further for me, sir.
I'll see if we do. Raymond, anything else? Lindsay? No, that's very good. Thank you. Well, that draws us to the end of today's hearing, and indeed to the end of all of the hearings on the proposed district plan and variation 1-2 at parts A and B. I hope you all enjoyed the ride, and we've got a lot of work to do now. Thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of your day.